They visited us again and we remedied that. I don't know, but when the turbines arrived, there was a 50-foot violation, but the MDOT FAA allowed that obstruction, but they did not allow the trees. And that may be one of the reasons why the airport authority has a claim against MDOT for obstructions. But overall, the airport is running well. We have, again, new plows, new belly pans, lots of good things going on to keep the pilots and the passengers safe during the day and night. We have an AWAS system that is being updated. That's the weather system. That will be updated this next year. Bigger, better, that kind of stuff. Any questions about the airport before we move on to the EDC?
Will there be any opportunity or any movement in the longer runway?
Not yet. That is still in the 5-year plan. And they wanted us to get the entire snow removal process in order, for which we have a new payloader that manages our 16-foot plow. And we think that with that we'll be able to move into the longest runway. For better common under care of. Okay, the EDC, knowing that budget time is around for you right now. Page 3 is the proposed budget for the EDC. The 3-page document, back page. And that gives you an idea. Obviously, you can see on the revenue side that the county's stipend is the major contributor. And we do have outside sources, but also you'll see that there's revenue from the loans, what the EDC calls the revolving loan fund, and grants. And just as a quick review for the grant process, 5 years ago, grants had management fees, administration fees in the range of 9 to 13%. And so if EDC received or was able to capture a $600,000 grant, well, that could be $60,000 for the EDC to administer that grant. Those fees are now 2 to 3%. And that's been the major change in the EDC funding. That's been the grant. And that's why the county has become the large player. So the goal of the EDC, as we're resetting it, is to really operate in the black, make sure we're inside. As you know, for a number of years, we're on the edge several times. And so we've operated on the edge on the black this last year. And we've had a new director, Alicia Proctor. She's been with us for 6 months and she's done a terrific job. And you'll see from the different grant activities what's taken place that we have moved into literally millions of dollars of grants in the Tuscola. And in the budget realm, since we all deal with budget, the EDC is probably one of the few agencies inside or connected to the county that actually is a multiplier. We actually bring more money into the county than what we take out. So for the 120 that the county puts in, you can see from the grants on the other pages that we're literally bringing in millions of dollars back into the community in the form of various grants, between brownfield grants or other types. So knowing your time is short.
And Jim, that's one reason why I want to bring you in here, because we're talking budget times. We're talking about non-mandated services and all this stuff here. And I've always been a big opponent of the EDC and what they do. I want other people to see and understand exactly what the EDC does outside, to justify, because we have to justify anything that we're spending right now that's not mandated. It needs to be justified. And that's why I wanted to bring you in here. I want to give an update to the board on the grant situation that you guys provide, the different things you do for the communities, because we have to justify that the money that we're giving you is coming back tenfold. And I appreciate this is a good update for everybody to see this exactly what we need with this call county. I think it's a good organization, and I think we need to be updated for the people, for the taxpayers to understand exactly where the money's going and what it's being spent for. And with that, I'll turn it over to anybody else on the board that has any questions for Mr. Telsey.
I have a question. I know that earlier this year, there was some discussion about the issues in Lansing with the EDC,
With Lansing and
the
the,
Lansing
MIDC,
operation.
MIDC.
Maybe it's MIDC. Is that going to affect you guys at all, or has that affected you?
it should not. Obviously, the MEDC has some issues at the state level. But for us, the MEDC is more of an organization that oversees. It's statutorily defined, just as the EDC, the Tuscola EDC, is statutorily defined. With one of these special organizations, it's a quasi-public and a quasi-private. We're technically private, but we're authorized by the state. So the MEDC is still going to continue. They have to do some house cleaning and things there. But when it comes to grants, a good portion of our grants are actually federal grants. The state monies are not large for what the EDC administers.
I do want to mention that I received actually 2 calls in support of EDC.
You might want to speak up a little bit, Nancy, because I know they're having a hard time hearing me.
I received calls from my constituents who were wanted to make sure that we recognize the work that EDC does in the communities of Cass City. My community has a brownfield grant, and Millington has some, and the work that they do to bring additional support to the business communities and the downtown communities. They wanted to share that, make sure that I was under the understanding that it's an important group. And I know that they've been responsive. I had a question that came up at a township meeting, and I no sooner sent out an email and the response was right back. So the response is great too. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. The EDC is one of those organizations that you don't hear much about, but we are like little butterflies that float throughout the county. We're one of the only organizations that can go to visit a city, municipality, or a rural farmer or a business, and no one doubts why we arrive there, because we always arrive generally with good news and with ways of helping them manage their business, get loans, get grants, and just generally represent the county of Tuscola for the individuals. The EDC is about tourism, believe it or not. We do a fair amount in trying to support tourism besides business throughout the Tuscola County.
Chairman,
Yes.
you and I did on the EDC around it for a long time, it seems like now, but let's be frank, I think the EDC has remorphed itself. Many meetings with Alicia, discussions with you, knowing the past and the accomplishments and what was reported or not reported. It's the EDC basically determines the vitality of the community. And if you don't have an EDC, there's nobody to answer the door when it's knocked, to be in the front when something's going to happen. Help business. I don't know where that would come from. This has been a discussion that we've had over the years in situations like this. And in reviewing the 3 options for the budgets today, I see that it goes from 100% funding to 60% or so to 0. But realistically, and I know the non-mandated services are always that question, especially when we start cutting departments, but the EDC, I've seen more, I don't know what you, Chairman, I've seen more come out of the EDC in 6 months in probably 6 years. And I say that because you've managed to sort out a lot of issues with a very small group. And you've got one of the top, I'm talking about one of the top people who is a very good connector with businesses inside and out. I hear that. And certainly from a perspective of knowing what's going on in the community and the opportunities, and I just reviewed the grant writing just as she was going through it. That's in 6 months. I mean, as you know, and we know, there's a ton of grants out there. It's just a matter of
Yeah, we'll get
applying.
them.
In the worst case scenarios, you say no. You know, somebody says no, but if you don't apply for them, and it's the more grants you achieve, the better opportunities you have for future grants, especially in similar grants. Is that not true?
That's totally true. There's a fixed grant pile or pot out there, and every county or municipality applies. If they don't apply, then you definitely don't have a chance at them. And that's where the EDC is one of the singular entities that actually can apply and is recognized by the states and the feds for being grant administrators. A private business can't do it well, and municipalities can, but they have a hard time getting the structure and the flexibility to do that. And that's why the EDC, I think the state wisely put it in place several years ago through the MEDC. They recognize that there needed to be an independent organization that was connected to the state and not tightly connected. And that's where the EDC has really worked out well. And you know, you mentioned the history. We have Jim McCloskey in the audience here. And Jim, I mean, Jim was not the first EDC director, but in my view, he was the best. And, you know, when Jim was the EDC director, he was always there, always helping, always working in the community. And even to this day, that's Jim McCloskey. And now we have Alicia Proctor. She's on track to be the second best. She is responsive, knowledgeable, hardworking, and she's able to manage the complexities of grants. Because grants are like any government type of structure. They can get complicated and a little pedantic, but she's been able to manage that well. So I thank you. I think the EDC, between Jim and Alicia, we have just a great organization right now. And I think it's going to continue to produce for Tuscola.
It's impressive what I've seen so far. It's impressive what they've done in the last 6 months. And again, the main reason why I wanted to bring Mr. Tussin, because the more questions we get from other departments, you know, hey, why are you looking at that? What about the EDC? Well, what do they do? We know what you're doing. But everybody needs to know, the community needs to know what you're doing, you know, because again, we have to justify what we're doing. And that's why, Jim, I want you to bring, for me, it's impressive. I think you guys do a great job. Always done a great job. You're always there to help. I'll back up to the board for any more further questions, comments to.
I have one more,
Go
Chairman.
ahead.
I mean, I think this is a very viable discussion. And you and I, again, we know once you get into the grant writing, the objective is to administer these grants because you get administrative fee up to 17%. And I don't know, I guess maybe they're different from each one, but that is a funding source. And we lost that to BADX, to Samantha, in this transition. I'll call it the transition in the sense that they, on the brownfield. That's a very viable funding opportunity. And as many grants as you can secure and as much administration as you can, I think that might be the objectives that you might have in phase 2, once the value added is reestablished in the community in terms of we do exist or EDC does exist, that this would be something that would be financially viable for funding the EDC even further, because obviously that's always been a challenge. And, you know, I haven't sat down and calculated what the percentage of administrative fees would make up 120,000, but I don't think very few, it'd take very many grants if they're the right kind of grant. Would you agree?
Yes.
That administration part is something we've chased for years, and years ago we had a certified grant writer at one time in that office, and we saw a real hiatus of activity there, but once that she had left, we fell back on the wayside. So I just wanted to mention that, Chair, as a potential in the future increased funding. No further.
And I see, and I follow Facebook, of course, I see all the additions going on in Wilmington, Cass City. You guys posted this, bringing in tax dollars to the community. People that need to understand that they're bringing tax dollars to the community. That's helping us in other areas. And I follow that pretty closely to see what you guys are doing. And sometimes we'll miss a meeting or two because nobody kind of forgets the matter, but we remind you, Mr. Tussey. But anyway, that's why I wanted to bring it, right, Jim, let them talk to you. Good.
I'd like to say that Alicia and Jim's been working in Millington in my area. And, you know, it's like the paperwork says, we got the tax break and we're working, you know, Alicia's working on water things there now for the village. So yes, they've been in Millington. And whether we've been visiting some businesses and can't say enough about Jim there. He's on tax.
Roger that. Roger that.
Anything else there for us, Tussey?
Yeah, I just have I want to be the guy. Expenses from last year, can you go over these? It's like a 90% increase.
Well, the expenses last year, we didn't have a director for half the year.
Correct. I understand that wage.
And it was a transition where we exited out of the rented facility. And so there were some definite decreases because the EDC was really not operative. And so the increase from the previous year, you know, before that period of time, EDC budgets were in the $250,000 range. And so last year, being that it was only half in operation, because the EDC is a volunteer organization, the board does not receive any pay. And so we had no director. The only person we had on payroll was Jim McCloskey working part-time. And that's why there's a big change in the expenses from the preceding year.
That's your question, Commissioner? No.
Yeah. Still a big increase. When we're looking at our whole budget and since we're the biggest funding source for you guys, I just needed to ask the question. And I understand the directors, the staff salary went from 9,000 to 32,000. What's that?
The budget is projected is for the future part-time accountant. Right now, the EDC has been using Anderson Tucky.
Okay.
A lot of the finances and some of those funds have been donated from other sources. And the EDC wants to bring all the grant management pieces back in-house. And so we're in the process of hiring a part-time grant administrator.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not against the EDC, but when we're, as a board of commissioners, asking all departments to look at expenses and cutting, I'd ask the question. Sorry.
You got to say to me.
That's one reason we've dropped our expenses.
Yeah, I see the rent is, that's a huge decrease.
Right. And we're really working on mobile office. As you know, we're in the process of working through the sharing the space at the county building for the MSU extension. You know about that. These are all the ways of working better in the community and more economically.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jim.
Any more questions for Mr. Tucker on the EDC? Appreciate them coming in there.
Well,
Thanks for the update. I like
that's
Thank you. Good. What was? Moving on to the next under new business. Interim dispatch director appointments, academic controller administrator.
Good morning.
Morning, Erica.
I had the privilege of attending the authority board meeting and we discussed the timeline for replacement of the dispatch director. And they proposed, collectively, we proposed a interim. So they could then take their time in their January meeting. They can accurately go over the job description, all the requirements. And in the January meeting, they'll begin building a timeline for the recruiting process so that they can make sure they get the best candidate available. So in the meantime, we would like to appoint an interim. And as you know, the current deputy director, Carrie Tabar, has stepped in and is handling many things. And right beside her has been, Steve Anderson, our emergency services manager. So in discussion with the authority board, we would like to appoint them as co-interim directors, since they are both working hand in hand. So Carrie is handling some items, Steve is handling other items. He's handling the radios, the technical aspect, the generator, those types of things. But they are really working in tandem. And they're both present if you have questions about the duties and who's handling what, if that is necessary.
Any questions from the board on, what Erica's described?
I'd also like to say that they've both stepped up and really been helpful in guiding the ship currently. So a big thank you goes out to both of them as well.
I know the motion has been changed a little bit. Madam Clerk has pointed out at the bottom of the motion, it says these appointments and stipends shall be effective as of 12/12/25. She'd like to have that, that put at the back of, each motion
I'll take care of that.
that's, being read. So,
Mr. Chair, I move that due to the additional dispatch duties placed upon her, Gary Tabar, Deputy Dispatch Director, be named interim co-dispatch director. She shall receive a bi-weekly stipend of $405.53. This appointment and stipend shall be effective as of 12/12/25 and will remain in effect until a full-time dispatch director has been officially hired. Support.
the moved by Commissioner Cook, supported by Commissioner Lutz. To move to interim co-dispatcher director Carrie Tabar, move that due to the additional dispatch duties placed upon her, Carrie Tabar, Deputy Dispatch Director, be named interim co-dispatch director. She shall receive a bi-weekly stipend of $405.53. These appointments and stipends shall be effective as of 12/12/2025 and will remain in effect until full-time dispatch director has been officially hired. As a motion, any more questions, more discussion?
Chairman, I
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
was listening. This won't overload the current deputy dispatch, will it? To some degree, I mean, I'm just thinking that I'm thinking of how much I don't know about.
Yeah, I'm thinking of all, because they've been.
Yeah, somebody who sits on the board.
Yeah, I'm on the 911 board. Now, we had that discussion last Monday, actually. And I think, I know between the two of them, they can handle that.
Okay.
Carrie and Steve. And again, they've both stepped up, like Erica said, phenomenally. Sorry.
Great, thank you, Chair.
Any more discussion from the board? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Motion has been approved.
Mr. Chair, I move that due to the additional dispatch duties placed upon him, Steve Anderson, Safety Manager, be named interim co-dispatch director. Shall receive a bi-weekly stipend of $405.53. This appointment and stipend shall be effective as of 12/12/2025 and will remain in effect until a full-time dispatch director has been officially hired. Support.
The move by Commissioner Cook, supported by Commissioner Lutz. Move that due to the additional dispatch duties placed upon him, Steve Anderson, Safety Manager, be named interim co-dispatcher director. He shall receive a bi-weekly stipend of $405.53. These appointments and stipends shall be effective as of 12/12/2025 and will remain in effect until a full-time dispatch director has been officially hired. Any more discussion?
Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
is safety manager your correct job title currently for Mr. Anderson? I don't know if it makes a difference.
You think we need to do anything with them out there? Or not?
I just have, in working with Deputy Anderson, I've never heard his title be called that. I thought it was emergency manager. And I just feel like it should be his correct title so that we can keep that clear.
Is it emergency manager or emergency services manager?
Technically, it's nurse manager.
Okay.
So if we could have a friendly amendment to that motion to correct his title so it reflects correctly. Thank you.
Commissioner Cook?
What was the? I didn't catch the,
Emergency manager.
It should be emergency
I may
manager.
just reread it.
You can if you would like to, but as long as that is okay between yourself and Commissioner Lutz, we can make that friendly amendment.
Emergency, one more time,
Manager.
manager. I move that due to the additional dispatch duties placed upon him, Steve Anderson, emergency manager, be named interim co-dispatch director. He shall receive a biweekly stipend of $405.53. This appointment and stipend shall be effective as of 12/12/2025 and will remain in effect until a full-time dispatch director has been officially hired.
Yes, I will support that.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, then move it by Commissioner Cook, supported by Commissioner Lewis, the amendment to move that due to additional dispatch duties placed upon him, Steve Anderson, emergency manager, be named interim co-dispatcher director. We receive bi-weekly stipend, $405.53. These appointments and stipends shall be effective as of 12/12/2025 and will remain in effect until full-time dispatch director has been officially hired. As a motion and more discussion. All fair say aye.
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 It has been approved. Move on to number 4. Courthouse law request. Erica Dillon.
The request was received by Mr. Jim McCloskey. He's here today. If you have questions regarding that, it is for the annual memorial service in front of the courthouse on January 18th. And I'm assuming since it says annual, that this is not the first time this has happened. It's a repeat of last year.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the request from Jim McCluskey to hold its annual memorial service in front of the Tuscola County Courthouse on Sunday, January 18th, 2026 at 3:00 PM.
I'll support that.
The move by Commissioner Lewis, supported by Commissioner Cook. The move to approve the request from Jim McCloskey to hold its annual memorial service in front of the Tuscola County Courthouse on Sunday, January 18th, 2026 at 3 PM. That is the motion. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion's been approved. Move on to number 5, drain truck replacement, Dara Hood.
Morning.
She wants that drain truck replacement. Holy crap.
Been working on this for a minute here. So in the packet, there is, an, updated bid coming from, Pat Curtis with some additional rebates, which has sweetened the deal. I've been working with Erica and Erica explained the whole funds and how we came up to this.
Also in the packet, page 35 shows a spreadsheet of the budget amendments to utilize funds in the Drain Commission's 2025 budget. So there is some available funds there that was already budgeted and allocated to the Drain Office in the amount of $25,560. In addition, there is $10,000 in the 802 fund that was previously set aside for equipment that has not been used. And I do not know the history of how long that has been there, but it's been there a little bit. So if we utilize the available funds in her 2025 budget plus the 10,000, that does get her to pay for the truck, including the rebates. There'll be no additional allocation to the Drain Office. It would be using the funds that were already budgeted in her office.
I'll leave this up to the
And
finance.
this, and this does take into account treating and the current.
That's what my question, that's it.
I know there's been a lot of discussion
Yeah, I thought,
about
it.
that.
yeah.
And we did speak with animal control. It does not work for them in many discussions with Erica and a few other that is probably in
So-
the best interest to trade it in. at
This
point.
is traded in the truck.
Correct.
It comes back as budget neutral. Except we're gonna use $25,000 that was already,
It's coming out of my own department budget currently for
You.
25. Yes.
go ahead.
This 35,560 includes all the
The
Recent-
town will cover.
recent rebates.
The recent rebate, yes, the town will cover, but then all the additional items that were requested.
That's the only question.
Mr. Barwell, questions here for Darren? I mean, I understand there what you're saying, and I know the budget, but here's $25,000, we're not gonna use for that. Will be somewhere in the board using some, they can do something else with who knows? But, that's why I'm just trying to ask the questions and leave it up to.
This is the point in time, it's great to be a chair.
No, Bill, well,
I can tell, Adam. Commissioner Cook, the only thing I'm thinking about is the fact that we really don't know what we're gonna do with our budget yet, and we're still spending money. I don't know. You've always been one who would hit the brakes soon.
Yes.
But
but again,
I,
and all due respect, Chris, but again, if there's,
Yeah.
we're not spending money, we're budget neutral. We're, you know,
It's coming
I
out of her
worked
budget.
really hard throughout the year to try to
Yes.
come up with a plan as
as
direction
far
of
as
the
it's
board
already there.
long ago. Yes.
So that's your argument to what,
well, here's my counter argument, and maybe it's not valid, but Commissioner Cook, we could have taken this money, it was expended for. Now, I like the truck, don't get me wrong, I'm just struggling with EDC and other cuts, and I don't even know what they all are yet. But they're $1.9 million or so. We could have taken this as a reduction and used that cash to reduce our deficit. Seriously, out of the capitals, out of anyone's budget. There's my,
that was the point I was trying to make.
No, no.
Everybody else talking to, you know, budget neutral, but we could have used.
yeah. It would have been much
And I know,
easier.
there's, you know, a little bit of a safety issue here too, she's
Correct.
concerned about, so
Yes.
that's part of it. And we've always sided on the side of safety, of course. When it comes to anything, so, and I think this is the main reason why she's pushing for this, the
Most definitely.
upgrades
Yes.
she give for safety and stuff like that when there people out in the field
Yes.
working, so, but again, I'll leave it up to you guys to, I'm just, every now and then just throwing something out there.
Commissioner Cook, what are your, I'd have felt better if this was near the end after I saw where all this, well, funding was coming from, but then again, I don't want buyer's remorse at the
Well, I just think
end.
no wonder that if this gets pushed along, then the value of the current.
Then our deal goes away.
Everything, everything's
Yeah,
gonna
well,
continue to keep changing and or going up cost wise.
That's the opportunity cost.
Yes,
Commissioner Bardwell, I understand where you're coming from too. I guess my guess rebuttal, for lack of better words, it is coming out of her budget. And I understand that, or I'm sure she understands in the future in 2026, if something comes up, that money's not there to spend.
I can
And that-
understand that,
yeah.
and I have worked hard with Eric.
Yeah, I know you have.
Use our current for 26 budget as well.
And that's my only comment on that, Mr. Bardwell.
And I like rebuttals because I don't know, and I guess,
And I'm not saying you're wrong. I mean,
I don't-
it is true. It could help in other areas, but it is coming, it is coming out of your budget.
would there be any arguments for any other elected that had their budget cut, or they could have used that money for something else, but it wasn't recognized because of the use?
they're all equal.
Yeah, there always is.
There always is.
I don't want to be in that crossfire, but.
Right.
very
Mr.
soon.
Chair, if I may,
Yes,
Dare, how long are these rebates good for?
Just until the end of the month.
So if
And
the
I'm
board,
projecting it to definitely change.
if the board is more comfortable, they could move this to the 22nd, for a decision after the budget has been determined,
Well-
if they're more comfortable.
you know, we've been moving it. I think it's time to,
Few years.
let there know which way we're going. Either we're gonna request or we won't. I mean, that's probably, I'm just speaking for myself, but sure.
Chairman,
Yeah,
I move to approve the purchase of the 2026 Chevrolet Silverado in the amount of $35,560 from Pat Curtis Chevrolet, including the trade-in of the 2013 Ford F-150. Also authorize budget amendments to the 244 Equipment / Technology Fund in the amount of $35,560, $25,560 from the Drain Commission line item, and $10,000 previously allocated for the Equipment Fund, from the 802 fund.
I'll support.
the move by Commissioner, supported by Commissioner Barrios, to move to approve the purchase of a 2026 Chevrolet Silverado, in the amount of $35,560 from Pat Curtis Chevrolet, including the trade-in of the 2013 Ford F-150. Also authorize budget amendments in 244 Equipment Technology Fund in the amount of $35,560, $25,560 from the Drain Commission line items, and $10,000 previously allocated for equipment from the 802 fund. That is the motion. Any more discussion?
Well, sure, but just that, if there's rebuttals, I'll just refer them to the end of the table. For the motion, but again, I don't have any issue with it. It's just, I don't know where we're going yet and who it affected and if there's gonna be rebuttal. I just don't know. Maybe you do, Chairman, you have better, overview than I do of the budget of the three scenarios, but I know 1.9 came out of somewhere.
Do you want to do a roll call vote on this?
But we can or we don't have to. I mean, it's, I don't need a roll call vote if Chairman or Commissioner Lutz would like one.
Well, I look at it this way, it's coming on her budget, you know, and I think safety is a priority here. And she's been asking for this truck for quite a while. That a truck they have is pretty old. And you know, she's out and about a lot. She has to have her stuff plugged in, or the old truck, they can't recharge her stuff. I just think it's time that she has a truck because, you know, she's got it in her budget. She's worked on this hard to get this figured out. That's my rebuttal.
He was asking if you wanted a roll call.
Well, I know, but I was giving him a rebuttal. I was giving him a rebuttal, and it don't matter to me about the roll call vote.
We don't need a roll call vote. Need more discussion on this matter. Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Everybody say nay. Motion passed.
I saw you look at me at the corner of your eye.
That takes us through the new business. We're not at 10 o'clock yet, or not near 10 o'clock yet, so we'll jump into the old business and we'll go with the agreement for the shared use of Tuscola County building location, 326 Green Street, with Erica Dill.
I presented the draft at the last committee of the whole meeting that I worked with Mr. Tussey to update the question that we needed to have answered was and since the EDC is here to represent, perhaps we can discuss that with them as to the effective date. I tentatively put in today's date as the effective date of the agreement. However, they are on occasion still using the building now. You know, they have access to the building and they're using it already. So do we want to backdate the agreement is the question.
Pleasure of the board, back each agreement, use today's date as the effective agreement. So it doesn't really matter after this point, I don't think. Pleasure of the board.
Commissioner, to what date are we backdating it to?
That's what I'm asking the
That's what
board.
we're discussing. I don't know the answer.
Go ahead, Jeff. Step up real quick.
The EDC has not technically occupied anything in the building. And I think it'd be fine to actually go with January 1. The only thing the EDC has really used the building for is the conference room, which is open to anyone. And we've had mail delivered there. So if it'd be your pleasure, I think January 1, Erica, would work well.
I'm okay with that.
Yes,
Should we put the date in the motion or not necessarily? Madam,
I think that you should.
Okay.
To clear that up a little bit.
move to approve the agreement with Tuscola County EDC effective January 1, 2026.
That'll work there.
Or,
I didn't know.
oh, yeah, done yet.
Mr. Chair,
Station there.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the agreement with the Tuscola County Economic Development Corporation, EDC, effective 1/1/2026 for their use of the Tuscola County building located at 362 Green Street, Carroll, Michigan, 48723. Also, all signatures are authorized.
Any more? I'll support that.
that moved by Commissioner Cook, supported by Commissioner Barlow. Move to approve the agreement with the Tuscola County Economic Development Corporation, January 1st, 2026, for the use of the Tuscola County building located at 362 Green Street, Carroll, Michigan. Also, all signatures are authorized. As a motion, is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion is been approved. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you.
Eric, if I can get a copy of that signed agreement, once you have that, I'll take a copy of that. You can just email it and then I'll put
The
it in
signed
storage.
copy?
Please. Thank you.
Mr. Tussey, I will send you over a.
Thank you.
Or
Thank
Elisa,
you.
I will send you over a updated copy with the updated date. And then we can have you sign it and also our board.
Okay, move on to number 2. Discussion on the road commission. Kim Vaughn, Chairman.
Correct. I believe my name was put
I've,
on there, but it was at your request.
I presented everything to the board on where we are on the road commission, what the statutes are and whatever, you know, and the whole time I was doing this, there was one thing that kept bothering me, and when I first got elected, I looked into this, and Matt Beerline was on the board at that time, and he looked into it first. And when the statute first came, there was a sunrise to the statute. We had so long to enact this if you wanted to do this. And everything I found that I read to the commissioner after that, I couldn't find anything about the sunrise. I mean, I searched and couldn't find anything. I reached out to an attorney friend of mine, and talked to me, they said, am I on the right track? Look at this for me. He come back and says, I think you're on the right track. I can't find nothing either. He said, I can't get it legal on that because I'm not the attorney, but yes, I think you're on the right track. But I said, okay. So the last thing was, I reached out to Matt Beerline. I said, Matt, this is what I'm struggling with. Help me out here. So Matt did the research for me. And Matt's response to me after I reached out to him says, Kim, the sunset was eliminated, so there's no restriction on timeline for dissolving the road commission. Okay, that was the only thing that kept in my craw. Was I know at the original time there was a sunrise on it. Okay, so I reached out to Matt. Matt got back to me later on that evening, and it has been eliminated. So it's up to our discretion of where we want to go here. Now, what I would like to see happen, and then once I get done to tell what I'd like to see happen, I'm going to open up to the board for discussion. Is I would like to use some of our legislative authority and put the road commission on the first committee of the whole meeting every month. Report to this board. I'd like to have 3 people from the road commission. It could be operation managers. It could be the engineer. It could be in one board member. Instead of time for it, like say 9 o'clock road commission report. That way they don't have to come here and sit all day. Go to a meeting at 9 o'clock. We'll have a road commission report. Start there, and that way we can ask questions. We can follow up. We can have people that want to ask questions. That's where I'm at with this thing. But I want to open it up to the board for discussion, and see where the board wants to go from here. Because I believe we have to do something. I believe we need to get a handle on it. And, that's my feeling only. And so I'll open up for the board to discuss.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Having only been going there since the middle of October, and getting familiar with the operation. I've been treated very well when I go there and, I give my little update. But I think and I think it happens not only at the road commission, but the people who are elected to serve as the road commissioners are only able to operate with the information that they get. And I think somewhere along the way, there needs to be a whole thorough look at how does the operation work and what information are the people making decisions getting? Because it's just like us sitting here, we're only as good making the decisions as the information that we're getting to make the decisions on. And like I mentioned before, I don't believe any of the people that were elected to serve in those roles are doing anything that is contrary or negative, other than they're reacting to the way that they've always reacted and the rules that they've always followed. And I think we need to update those things. It's just like y'all heard the little joke about the woman that's baking a Thanksgiving turkey and she cuts the legs off and she cuts the back off, and somebody says, well, how come you're cutting the legs and the back off that turkey? Well, it's because my grandmother did it that way and my great-grandmother did it that way. And it doesn't have anything to do with her operation at all. And I think we've gotten into that rut where we're doing things the same way all the time without somebody questioning, does that need to be modified? Does that need to be changed? And I think people coming for a meeting once a month, twice a month, don't have a thorough enough access to what's going on a day-to-day basis. My opinion.
I met, last week with a representative from the road commission. We had a good long talk for about a good hour and a half. We talked about the operations. We talked about the stuff you're talking about right now and see about what goes on there. What's the operations? And I'm thinking that board is pretty well versed with what's happening out there. It's just that, and I'm thinking, I want to do what's best for Tuscola County. I just was saying, I know what you're saying too, Nancy. I was just saying that I think it's time that we take a little bit of oversight, or it could be temporary, it could be whatever. But I mean, these are options that we have to do if we want to. We could disband the board, start over. We could ask them to come and give us a monthly report, which I would think that they should show up on the first for the whole meeting every month. And it could be, say, 9 o'clock as road commission, whatever we're doing at 9 o'clock is their time. That way they don't have to come here and send it from 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock or whatever. That's just my suggestion, but that's, I don't know if the board, I laid it out to you, what can be done, what steps you all want to take. I talked to a lot of things about what we've been, because to remind these people that, they're in Tuscola County. When they engineer these jobs out for $2 million, $3 million, we're not over on Tittabawassee Road here. You got to understand that you're dealing with a county that's not like Saginaw County. And so there's got to be different ways to do things. There's got to be different ways to engineer. There's got to be other cuts that can be made. And we expect when townships get bid, we want it to be safe. Nobody's saying we don't want anything to be safe, but they need bids that are obtainable. When they get a bid on a project that's $2 million, $3.5 million, that's not even obtainable, so that job just never gets done. They got to, so we talked about a lot of that stuff, and I said, these are my concerns at that time, because I was talking one-on-one. These are my concerns that we're not looking at where we're working at, or whatever. When I was, years ago, when I was in the RV business, I sold a lot of high-end RVs. I deal with a lot of General Motors people and Ford Credit, and all these people. My brother got the RV business in Cadillac, wanted to sell the same thing I did. But I told him, I said, don't sell stuff I got because you gotta deal with my people. 365 days, never sold one RV. You know, because he was just outpriced, they couldn't afford it. And we're running into some of that stuff too, with what is being engineered to our townships, and stuff that it just cannot be done for that. So there's gotta be ways to do it. And he kind of agreed, I said, I think there is ways to do it. Then that kind of stuff needs to be looked at. They have to understand that they work for the people of Tuscola County. And the best deal that we could get for all the townships involved is the way we should need to approach things. But instead of just us as a board jumping to the gun, and say, okay, let's take a vote and disband that board and redo it. I don't like to do anything off the cuff like that. But I wanted to talk about putting other steps in front of that before we get to any point like that. And we'd have conversation. So like I said, I'll open up to the board for their thoughts, their opinions, and go from there.
Commissioner,
Yes, ma'am.
I thoroughly agree. I think we need to take incremental steps. And one of the things that I think that the Board of Commissioners, Road Commission, need to get more information when they have their meetings. I've attended meetings at the Tuscola County Medical Care Facility, and I'm going to toot their horn because they do such a great job. Cora Gravido, go in and they have, we've got this many complaints, or we've got this many kudos, or we've got this many projects going on. And there's a big old board, and everything is reported to that board, to the board who's sitting there on all the different components of what the operation is going through. Having worked at a manufacturing facility, having worked at a bank, I'm used to that. We had to do that. The department chairs had to do that every month. You had to put in this, we had this, we operated this much to our budget. We got this much done to our business plan. We had this many people that did this and this and this and this. And I don't necessarily see that happening. And I think they need that information to make good decisions. How many complaints did they get from their constituents? What were the components of them? Were they road? Were they, those kinds of little tidbits of information aren't just tidbits of information. That's what you make your decisions on your operational structure.
And I also made the request too, and I'll shoot this up to Erica, to get a policy of their policy. They have a road commission policy. We can look at their policy and which they were private. That's not a problem, but that way we can look at that. But again, I just wanted to touch base on it. I appreciate it. And seeing what the boards, where they're at or what they'd like to see moving forward. I'm open for suggestions. I just wanted to lay out what can be done, what should be done, but I don't think we're to the point where we need to jump the gun and make it rational decisions. Doesn't come back and bite us later. We need to use our legislative authority a little bit and just keep an eye on things for a little bit, make sure that people are getting their questions answered. People that come to our board and speak to us are getting their questions answered, and we're all on the same page. So again, I'll turn it back over to the board.
Chairman, I think the problem I have, we had last Monday, a lady stood up there and said they're doing a 7-year test. Why do we need a 7-year test when we have 11 accidents in the place?
We can ask them that when they come here.
I get that, but you go ahead and try to get a hold of somebody on that board. Is their phone numbers out there like ours are? I mean, if they're not, they should be, and they should answer the phone. That's a huge problem. Then they said, well, we don't do that in Tuscola County. We don't put rumble strips in. I have a huge problem with that. I agree. I don't think they need to pull the rug out, but I think they need to stand here and be accountable for what's going on.
The chair,
Yes.
I echo what Commissioner Luke said. I understand we don't,
Speak up a little bit, but
I understand we shouldn't jump the gun, but on the same token, we've been talking about this for how long?
I've been talking about for 9 years. I don't know.
Only 9?
Yeah.
And it gets to the point where kind of like during Commissioner's truck, how long do you kick that stupid thing down the road? So I mean, I'm just saying, because if they, those kind of decisions need to be made. Who was your conversation with? Can I ask that? At the road commission?
The operations manager.
And I think with the people that have talked here, I don't think that's the problem. Problem is coming up with solutions instead of going through, the red tape that's shouldn't be there.
Well, that's why I think we can help them here at this level.
Help them when? That's the thing. I mean, we keep kicking the can down the road. I'd like, if that's the way the board wants to go, I'd like to see them here next Monday. Get this stuff done before more lives are lost.
Right.
Yes.
I know that there's been some discussion on the rumble strips, and I'm a proponent of the rumble strips too. Not necessarily the ones that have the little hump on them. I'd like them to be able to do something where they grind them into the road so that they're more permanent and don't affect different things. But that goes back to, we've always done it that 7 year. We've always waited for 7 years, or we've always done the study first. And so times change, and those procedures have to change along with it, and being receptive to the community. There have been a lot of people that have come to the road commission meetings as of recent who've expressed issues. And I think, again, going back to getting away from the way we've always done it, and to what do we need to do now to be more responsive. And I think it's our role as county commissioners to help those people do their job, to cut them off and say, well, you're not doing a good job. We're done with you, and we'll go on to the next batch. Doesn't fix the problem. You've got to go back to what is the problem. The problem is we've always done it that way, and
The problem
we
is the
need to do it
bureaucracy,
different.
That's what that is, 7 years.
And
That's
that's part of
bureaucracy.
part of it is
You're right.
bureaucracy, but part of it is, I think they have some flexibility to make decisions on their own. And I think they're afraid to do that.
They have a lot of flexibility to make decisions.
And I think,
And it's not being done, and that's the issue.
and we need to guide them and make sure that they know that. So I think we have a role to play.
That's about
I knew the turn was coming, Chairman.
I enjoy your views, so that's why I'm kind of waiting to that.
Well, let's queue up my last meeting's comments, and you'll hear a lot of the testimony that was given here. I keep looking at it, Isabel, and I look at the whole row, and I don't know who is with you, Isabel, but the fact of the matter is, I can't stop thinking about G. I can't stop thinking about Blake, your grandparents, the Amish, which is in my community as well. And the other part that was well said is that the response time. And I did learn last week that with Ryan, I didn't know to put that speed sign out there. With Ryan, I was disappointed it wasn't the road commission. But Ryan had confided in me that that's more than just a speed sign, but there was some type of vehicle, and correct me if I'm wrong, that went through there at 98 miles an hour. That's correct. So, I mean,
There was something at 98 miles per hour that can't really capture it.
Sure wasn't a deer.
So the response and some of the testimony, and I don't have the solution, so I'm going to move it up to 50,000 foot turn. This is a complementary measure that you're suggesting, and that we have report outs, and we've never had a oversight to any great degree other than financial in terms of wages and benefits. We had influence, but the fact of the matter is years of the same thing has manifested itself to a point where it took one accident, severe one, or two in the county, or more, and 11 more. And as I travel that, I was just on it Friday night again, the same old thing. Nothing's been done. I think that's a disservice to the public and the residents of Tuscola County. I don't have an answer to it. I know it's speed. I know we've all talked about that in terms of Birch Corner Road. But yet, Chairman, the part I don't really haven't put together yet is the execution. the complementary measure of having someone come in and describe and at the high level and kumbaya type of thing, and I want to use that in print, but there needs to be some action that shows the public the seriousness of the situation. We lost 3 lives. David, others maimed, apparently. What's the answer to that? It's not a 7-week study. Something should have been done. And it was testimony given by Billy about rumble strips, the percentages or flashing lights, even temporary. After that first accident might have helped the next 10. So Chairman, we don't have structure to take over the road commission. That concerns me. We'd have to get, in my mind, I know John very well, John Hunt. John, what's it take? He's done it, the back of his hand. I don't know that, but I just don't know if that's the answer either. I'm not saying make a broad brush swipe, because what do you do next step? But I'm not disagreeing with your approach, but there has to be some execution. Every week that goes by is another week something could happen on any road. Dodge Road, all those roads. You know the roads better than I do.
And I appreciate everything you said, Richard, too.
I hope so.
And you asked me, and I don't want to lay the complete blame for the accidents on the road. I mean, come on, people ran stop signs.
No, that's not.
You know what I'm saying? So I want to make sure people understand that we're not doing that to them. Chair recognizes.
Worked with the road commission for 30 years, so Jim's probably long.
Can I have Ken come up to the podium?
Sure.
Ken,
You need to come up.
Ken, can you come up to the podium, please? Thank you.
My name is Ken Dutton. I run the surveying and engineering department, or part of the engineering department of the road commission for 30 years. And my observation, I took driver's training when I was 15 years old, and I observe a lot of things today that people do, drivers, that they shouldn't be doing. I don't know if it's taught in driver's training anymore, but I don't know that the road commission can do much more, if anything, to make the roads safer. It needs to be the drivers need to be trained better what they should and should not do. I don't know how you can make the roads any safer other than train the drivers properly.
And I'm not saying, Mr. Dunn, I don't agree with you, because like I said, it's not, is there a few things that maybe can be done at the corners? Yeah, maybe, but still.
I mean, you
the drivers have got to know there's stop sign there.
Four-way stop. More advanced warning signs some places. But the people still aren't going to pay attention to them if you don't train the drivers. That's where it starts.
Thank you for that, Mr.
Chairman,
Thank you.
I had an appointment in Detroit on Friday, so I went through.
Speak up a little bit.
I had an appointment on Friday in Detroit, so I took Hertz Corner. That's my standard shortcut to 24 and going to Lapeer. And the intersection at Deckerville Road is the most highly marked in that section. They got signs on both sides of the stop. They've got the stop signs. They've got a crossroad sign. And there's even magnetic reflectors before the river, which is coming up to the stop sign. So it's very highly marked on Hertz Corner and Deckerville, more so than any of the other roads. Bevins Road is not marked as well. And M46 in Hertz Corner only has the stop sign. So as you progress through, the most highly marked section is the Deckerville Road intersection.
And again, which I appreciate all that too, but we're kind of getting off track a little bit, because really, we're here to discuss, what's the next steps we want. We know that there's some roads, I have people send me videos of going down Decker Road at night and seeing everything lit up. They said, hey, what's wrong with it? It's lit up like a Christmas tree, but I just want to lay out, what steps we want to take as far as legislative oversight. Where do we want to go as a board with this? 7-year studies don't work. When we know you don't need no study, you don't need a study if it's going to save 2 lives in 10 years or it's going to save 1. That doesn't matter. We got to get the bureaucracy out a little bit where they'll just make a decision and say, this is what has to be done and go with it. Townships that have issues with stuff that they can't afford to do, roads not being done. A lot of issues going on right now that we need to address. So I'm just throwing to the board. Which way does the board want to go? I laid out scenarios. What I thought you can have it next week. You can have it come every week, Commissioner. You know what I'm saying? I don't have an issue with that. You can say you come every week until we tell you that.
So Chairman, what are the metrics? It's okay to meet, but what are the metrics? What do you expect? And what leverage do you have? In other words, you can meet and have discussions, but related to execution, again, how do you propose that to be? They would still have their own board, right, wrong, or different, to make their own decisions. So you're either going to have a little, some, or great effectivity. What do you think you're going to gain? And how long would it take before you become satisfied or dissatisfied?
Well, I think what you're going to gain is if the board says, we want rumble strips down there, let's put rumble strips down there. End of story.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to do a study. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. Rumble strips need to go there. But we just need to, use our influence and authority to do it for the people. I haven't been out there the road commission meeting in many years. I did when I first got elected, but it's been a long time because most of the time they were on the same things as our meeting, so it just never worked out. The people got to feel that they're being represented. And again, I don't have the answers either.
No, I don't
have the answers.
It's just,
But we need to take the position that, you can do day-to-day operations and you can do this, but if there's an issue comes up, we may have to intercede and say, hey, this is what needs to be done, and let's get it done. End of story. Because if we can't get things done, then the worst case scenario is disband the road commission and reorganize it.
Chairman, what would prevent this board today saying, motion otherwise, to place, it could be Hertz Corner Road or another, I don't know, but that's what we're talking about. Flashing red light or rumble strip, coming from this board.
So what now? We'll repeat that.
That this board directs the road commission to place rumble strips or flashing red light, whatever the choice may be. I don't have a choice, but to show the public that there is concern. I mean, rather than wait for another meeting, what is your view in having this board?
I have no qualms against that either. And our position is very, very clearly, we will do this and you will do this, or we will do it by being your board. You have 2 choices. You either do it now, you do it at the direction of this board, or we'll do it by being your board. And that's the choice you're gonna make. We're not gonna make that for you. That's my position. And that's why I did my due diligence. I mean, I checked with everybody. My last thing was, I need to reach out to bank because he filed this with me the whole time he was here. Because they can't postpone it. It was, every 2 years they'd come up, postpone it. So I said, man, you gotta give me a final. And that's when he came back and said, they've eliminated it altogether. He says, you have the right to dissolve it. What time frame? You can do it tomorrow, you can do it next year, it doesn't matter.
Chairman, just another someone wants to try to be recognized. It just seems like that would be the execution phase that the board would have to engage in. If something didn't take place in a timely fashion, the board would have to.
That's the decision of the board would have to make at that point, yeah.
And then from that standpoint, If it wasn't made, then you have the other. If it weren't. Back to you.
It's bad.
I'm Jennifer Putman from Millington Township. I am Billy Putman's wife. You are all very well aware of my husband and the fight that he is fighting, not just for Dr. Villenhard's corner, but for the 5 intersections that he has talked about, that he has done diligent research on, that my daughters have done diligent research on. I'm not going to beat a dead horse about those intersections of themselves. My husband has gone to the road commission with solutions. My husband has gone to the intersection and has documentation from 2 supervisors of 2 townships saying, we reached out to you at this time about these issues. I'm offering, because Ellington Township has a surplus, that we will pay for things to be done to improve the roads. My husband has offered our personal money to those townships to just save 1 life. The road commission's response, if I may, when he said, these are the percentages that a rumble strip will save in accidents. This is the combination of a rumble strip and a flashing red light. Give me information in a month of what you're doing, where these things are. This is their prepared response that they read to us. And this was from Brent. I can't think, I don't know his last name, I apologize. But the vice chair had Brent respond to my husband. I don't speak for the entire road commission, but if it hasn't been said yet, then I want to say this. Everyone at this agency is keeping the families affected by these recent crashes in their thoughts and prayers. The loss of life is always tragic. We understand it hurts. We all have families that we go home to at the end of the day. I also want to assure folks that here at the Road Commission, we are looking at the entire county road system, including multiple intersections, to evaluate whether improvements can and should be made. This is a task that is completed every year. And based upon the increased frequency of crashes in this county and neighboring counties, we've expedited the review. Let me say that again, we aren't waiting to evaluate, but we have to be data-driven in our analysis. We can't be reactive. There is never enough money, and the amount that we're given comes by way of the taxpayer. We owe it to the residents of Tuscola County to make sure that we are deliberate and intentional with the way we spend that hard-earned money. Again, we're doing the best we can, and we'll implement any solution that our engineering analysis says is most appropriate. I won't say more than that, other than we reiterate that everyone touched by these crashes is in our hearts and prayers. God bless. I understand the taxpayer money. Ellington Township residents paid taxes. Ellington Township said we have a surplus. Let us pay for it. My husband said, let us pay for it with our personal money. This is their response to what are you doing and where? They said that they expedited research. Billy asked for copies of that. He got nothing. They did not respond to him. Anybody that was in that room, you heard at the last meeting of how they sat there stone-faced and unresponsive. You can't have a board responsible for the safety of people sit there stone-faced and not give you answers. Someone needs to take accountability. Yes, I would like them disbanded. I would like someone who's going to do something to take charge. Yes, I am biased because of my family. I watched 3 of my family members die. But there have been multiple accidents afterwards. My husband has given them all the information. He's not just fighting for our family, he's fighting for the community. Yes, drivers are distracted. But if the road commission can't do something to make these places safer and better and respond to someone, who is fighting for the betterment of the entire community. What kind of board is that? Thank you.
Thank you. Can I refer back to the board?
I like the approach of making a motion to direct the road commission to take action. I think that's an important first step. I do know, as I waited for the end of the last meeting that I attended, they did talk about the flashing lights and that there's a backlog of 6 to 8 weeks to get those. Because they did look at purchasing some type of a flashing light to put on the intersection. So they're constrained as well by supply as well.
They understand, with my conversation I had, that where the buck's on. He understands it. I mean, the guy says, hey, I know there's an issue, they call me. If they don't get what they want from me, they call my supervisor. They don't get what they want from me, they call our board. They don't get what they want from the board, they're at this board. And they know it. We talked to that many times. We are the last one standing. Last resort. And they understand that out there. They know the thing they, right? It comes to this board. So they expect, you know, this board to sooner or later stand up and say, we're not gonna have it come to this board all the time, or we're gonna take care of it ourselves. You know, I have no issue with doing a motion and directing them saying, this is what we want accomplished. And we're gonna have another meeting on the 22nd or whatever. And have this update on where they're at with that and go from there. I mean, again, like I wanted to bring it to the board, but they understand where the buck stops. And they understand that the buck stops at the county board of commissioners right here. You know?
Chairman, I think his problem is, you know, Billy goes out there and they ignore him. You write emails,
I understand.
nobody answers.
You should understand all of that.
That's very upsetting to me. Very upsetting. You know, they know we were gonna talk about this road commission today. Is there anybody here from the road commission today? No. That's a problem. You need to get them up here in front of that podium and you need to answer the hard questions. I mean, they're a taxpayer just like everybody else. You know, if you can't get a hold of them, write an email. They could have the common courtesy to write them back.
Chairman, with the clerk's help, I'd like to propose a motion that would include rumble strips and a flashing red light, whatever deemable and appropriate. I don't know if I would like some help with that motion. I'd like to be presented to the board at the pleasure of the board.
So, are we starting with the intersection of Deckerville and Hirsch Corner? We have a lot of intersections that we want to discuss, but.
No, let's do all of them. If Mr. Putman and the family are willing to help, why are we doing just one?
Well, I don't know, but I mean, we talked about supply, getting supplies, we're getting. I don't
Wasn't there
know.
5 of them? There was 5 intersections we
Yeah.
were talking about.
So if we want to address 5 intersections,
I'd want to address 5
you
intersections.
want rumble strips or flash red lights or whatever. And at the next meeting, they will hear, let us know where they're at.
I would say, I don't know about all 5. I'm only concerned about one right now.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So whatever you guys want to craft up, I'm fine with it.
I mean, Irish Road and Birch Run.
I want all
Road-
5.
Yeah, Birch Run Road and M15. There's 2 right there.
You can't do rumble strips the first time the grader goes through there.
If they pick that blade up, they can. They can pick that blade up. We was to the DOT and they,
You've got an unsafe intersection because there's still snow, right? You can figure the inverter. Those go with water and freeze.
If I could have Mr. Dutton come to the front, please.
Pardon. So yeah, these,
so my rebuttal is to that, how does the other counties do it?
pardon?
How does these other counties do it? They have rumble strips. How do they do it?
I don't know.
Well, then they need to get educated on how to run a
I've
grader.
worked there 30 years and we studied some of these things and you know, people that aren't engineers. I'm not an engineer. I was a licensed land surveyor for 50 years, and I worked with engineers my whole life, my whole working life, almost 70 years. So I have a pretty good understanding of a lot of things to do with engineering. You know, for people to sit up here and say they should do this and they should do that, if you don't have an engineering degree in that particular area, you shouldn't be making demands that you know nothing about.
I don't have an engineering degree, but I know there's other counties that have rumble strips by their stop signs.
Well, I don't know of any around here. I've
Really?
never run across any. And I've been driving,
You don't go down M83 to 46 where all them rumble strips are at?
no,
You should take a road test.
maybe you should call that county and ask how they do it.
Well, that would be up to the road commission.
I'm sure that somebody has in the past and they decided they don't want them. My opinion is, but I see what drivers do today, I think you gotta be going to the school, whoever teaches driver training, and re-educate a lot of people, because there's a lot of drivers out there that do not follow the signs. They don't use common sense. That's what I was taught years ago. And I've had memory loss. There's 30 years of my life I don't remember, but I still remember how to drive properly.
Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am.
Just want to make just a comment. These two horrific accidents that we had with Ford's Corner and then the one with the 6 people that were killed in the Amish accident were made when the roads were clear and dry. And I think we need to look at opportunities for rumble strips, whether it's the internal ones that are ground in or the external ones, as a sound, another option to alert these drivers that are distracted. And they are, you know, it's distracted driving. I mean, I don't play my radio when I drive the car. I watch the road. Most people don't do that. So we need another alternative way to alert people. And I think, especially in this day and age, and going back to the road commissions, I think the road commissions were pretty good, and we could have used rumble strips at that point in time.
Chairman,
Yes.
directing the clerk, does the clerk have a motion prepared to review?
Working on it.
Yeah.
Not really for sure of your direction.
Rumble strips and red lights, 5
So
intersections.
so I have 3 of the intersections. The first one being Hertz Corner and Deckerville Road. The second being Irish Road and Birch Run Road. The third being Birch Run Road and M15. And can I be reminded of the other 2?
Yeah, Hertz Corner or Bevins.
Hertz Corner and Bevins. Thank you. Thank you.
And what was it?
Hertz Corner is 46.
Oh, Hertz Corner 46.
What about the intersection, Commissioner, about in Guilford Township, where that large accident occurred going through the stop sign? I don't have the intersection. 6 people were also killed with that intersection.
Was that Fairgrove Road and Fairgrove and Vassar Road? Would you like that added to the list?
I would.
How's your word?
He says, why you're going, Kiwanis or?
I mean, 6 people were killed, but several were maimed and still recovering, both psychologically and physically.
Chairman, if I may, I think part of the issue is the lack of communication. If the road commission has already done research and has scientific evidence to prove why this is not is not effective, they need to disclose that to us. and say, we have done the, you know, in our past practice, A, B, or C. A is most effective, most expensive, whatever, and provide us with that information.
We'll put the directive out to them. Billy Pubman has done his research, and I have no qualms that don't want the research he's come up with.
Agreed, but if the road commission feels that it's not accurate, well, then
Then,
prove it. What do you suggest? Maybe they need to have that discussion, you know, to us to say, this is what we believe would be the best bet, and they could have that discussion. We could set a timeline for them. If the supply chain
I
is
agree
an
with that.
issue,
Eric, and I agree
tell
with
us
you,
that.
but you don't start the conversation by ignoring the people that are out there to talk to you, ignoring
Agreed.
letters that have been written to you. Silence is not the way to do it. And
That's
they
what
could
I'm
have
saying,
done that
is
right from the-
their lack of communication. If they have other additional information, they need to provide it.
Yes, ma'am. Isabel Pubman?
Yes. These are the 5 intersections. I just want to reiterate them. Hertz Corner in Deckerville, Birch Run and Irish, Evans and Hertz Corner, Birch Run and M15, and then M46 and Hertz Corner. Those are the 5 that my dad and I have done research on.
Okay.
To go to the point of like it being the driver's fault, the driver that blew the stop sign at my family was a licensed CDL driver. He had his license to drive big trucks. He's not just a regular person on driving on the road. So that point to me doesn't really stick anywhere, because if a licensed driver doesn't know how to drive, a CDL licensed driver, then that, I mean, it's the road's fault.
We have an issue.
Right, yeah. Another point, again, I'm just 19. I don't know how this works, is if we can put a man on the moon, we can put rumble strips on a road. It's not that hard. You can, if we put a man on the moon, for goodness sake, like, if we can't put rumble strips on a road, that again is concerning to me. If we can't figure out how to plow on top of a rumble strip, when Huron County's been doing it for that long, call Huron County and have them help you. Again, I'm just 19. I think I could do it if I was on board. I think I could get this done. It would have already been done. I think it's just the incompetence of that board, and I personally would like that board disband. Again, reiterating what my dad said, we drive past it every day and have to relive that moment. And it's like kind of a punch to us that nobody cares about, or not nobody, but that board doesn't care about what people are going through on a daily basis. So that's it.
Thank you.
So what I have at this point, and please, we can adjust this as we go. So move to have the road commission provide a report to the Board of Commissioners on the installation process of rumble strips and flashing stop signs at the following locations: Hertz Corner Road and Deckerville Road, Irish Road and Birch Run Road, Birch Run Road and M15, Hertz Corner Road and Bevins Road, Hertz Corner Road and M46, Fairgrove Road and Vassar Road at the January 12th, 2026 Committee of the Whole meeting.
Chairman, I would suggest a change to that, not to, I don't remember the first part, is to execute.
Yeah, I don't want to report.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Myrtle.
Chairman Vaughn, you want something in there about having them come to the first committee of the whole?
We will send out
That's January 12th.
those.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
it.
okay, all right, thank you.
That would be an additional,
Yeah, or that might be on this already.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, was it? Okay, all right, sorry.
We don't need a motion for that, correct?
She's kind of added it already in there to make a report to us on a certain date, so they know.
Chairman.
Yes.
I'd also like to see the road commission look at their budget. I know Putman's are willing to pay for it, but I can't believe there's not money in their budget with the millage. There's no reason a citizen should have to pay for it, in my opinion.
I agree.
so Chairman, the motion is to execute the placement in those 5 sections.
Yes.
The report should be, every meeting, therefore, that you've already designated as, could be the committee of the whole or whatever.
However the board wants to structure that going forward until we feel it's necessary to either disband or saying that we're good, or however you feel as a board at that point. My recommendation is again, the board decision. I just wanted to make sure I done all the due diligence, know where we're at.
So,
Ready for the next, for the revised motion?
so we'll see where we're at. Move to have the road commission execute the installation of rumble strips and flashing stop signs at the following locations, the 5 locations that I read, and to provide a report to the Board of Commissioners at the January 12, 2026 Committee of the Whole meeting regarding implementation and budget processing, with a report to continue at the first Committee of the Whole meeting monthly.
Sufficient? Pleasure to
That's sufficient for everybody?
I think so.
Good.
Yes.
I'll read it one more time,
So, Madam Clerk,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you.
please.
So the issue that I have with the money, that's covered by your statement, something about budget or something?
Yeah, I had added budget processing to kind of be able to tell you what process they're going to use in order to pay for it, whether it's coming from
Okay.
which line item, or if it's coming from a township, or
Okay.
that's why I don't know for sure how they'll present that, so I wanted to leave it a little bit vague so that, whatever opportunities they're going to use can then be,
Thank you.
but I can rework that as
No, that
well.
sounds good.
Okay,
I just wanted to make sure that it was covered and I figured it was the budget.
And up to the departments too. I know you would like us to disband that board and be done with it. There's a lot of inner workings to the board, and it takes more time than this board has to look at different things and different options, what would have to be done. It's quite a process, and I said all that when I was going through this, is why I wanted to throw it to the board. It's not that something can't be done. It's just that I think it takes more discussion, more, how would this work? How would that work? And it takes a lot more discussion. You got January 12th coming back. I think did we want to wait that long for a report?
we have the meeting Monday, the 22nd. And then, the following meeting after that would be January 12th, would be your next one after next Monday. So we can, if you want to try and get something by next Monday, I just don't know that they would have enough time in a few days to be able to give that information to
Maybe
you
they
properly.
would have enough time just to say, okay, we hear you. This is what we're gonna do by the 12th of January. You know what I'm saying? Let us know that it's moving that way. But just by
Well, I think timeliness is everything, as the coin has been phrased by past Commissioner Young, kicking the can down the road. We want to see it executed, and if not, we want to, in a timely fashion, and that it be reported to the board of that plan to execute.
So would you like that date updated to December 22nd with a follow-up meeting on January 12th?
I think so.
I
Okay.
would, yeah,
We're pretty ready here, get right on the open. This is what we want. This is what we expect. And let's get it done. And we can talk about the finance. We can talk about whatever we want to.
So this is where we're at. Move to have the road commission execute the installation of rumble strips and flashing stop signs at the following locations. And then I have the 6 locations listed. And to provide a report to the Board of Commissioners at the December 22nd, 2025 board meeting with a follow-up report provided at the January 12th, 2026 Committee of the Whole meeting regarding implementation steps and budget processing of the project, with a report to continue at the first Committee of the Whole meeting monthly thereafter,
Or as designated,
or as designated,
requested.
or as requested. Perfect.
I would
Any other changes that you would like to adjust?
I think it sounds good.
I'll read it in full this time.
Yeah.
Move to have the road commission execute the installation of rumble strips and flashing stop signs at the following locations: Hertz Corner Road and Deckerville Road, Irish Road and Birch Run Road, Birch Run Road and M15, Hertz Corner Road and Bevins Road, Hertz Corner Road and M46, Fairgrove Road and Vassar Road, and to provide a report to the Board of Commissioners at the December 22nd, 2025 board meeting, with a follow-up report provided at the January 12th, 2026 Committee of the Whole meeting for implementation steps and budget processing of the project, with a report to continue at the first Committee of the Whole meeting monthly thereafter, or as requested.
Perfect.
Do one of us have to read it, or can I just,
I would be glad to read it when you're ready to make that motion.
I'd like to make that motion.
Commissioner Cook, and is there a
I'll
second?
support it.
Commissioner Lutz. It has been moved by Commissioner Cook, supported by Commissioner Lutz, to have the road commission execute the installation of rumble strips and flashing stop signs at the following locations: Hertz Corner Road and Deckerville Road, Irish Road and Birch Run Road, Birch Run Road and M15, Hertz Corner Road and Bevins Road, Hertz Corner Road and M46, Fairgrove Road and Vassar Road, and to provide a report to the Board of Commissioners at the December 22nd, 2025 board meeting, with a follow-up report provided at the January 12th, 2026 Committee of the Whole meeting regarding implementation steps and budget processing of the project, with a report to continue at the first Committee of the Whole meeting monthly thereafter, or as requested.
Any more discussion on that motion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion's been approved. Thank you for that, Jody.
You're very welcome. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thanks, Jody. Okay, that was a good discussion. Thank you guys for coming in, Ken. Thanks for sharing your input too. Move on to number 3. Discussion on hiring freeze for the county. Erica Dibble.
Commissioners, as we discussed in the December 8th Committee of the Whole, I've provided some research regarding the past practice for hiring freeze, but also taking into consideration all departments still need to bring hires to our board currently before they're officially hired. So it's up to the board if we need to have an official hiring freeze, or if we just continue with the practice of every hire needs to be approved to the board prior to their starting their role.
The only thing this hire freeze does for us, and it does for the departments too, that they can't advertise for hirees in advance. That's what it does. I mean, it protects them from doing that. Because if there's a hire freeze, why would they advertise for hires if they can't get a freeze? Other than that, it has to come to the board anyway before the final hire is made. But, you know, first thinking myself, I'm not interested in right now to enact a hire freeze at this moment until we get the budget all done and complete to look at. And then, you know, first thing, first year, if we think something we need to do, we can always address it. But at this point, I don't, my own personal opinion, I don't think hire freeze is necessary right at this moment. I'll open it up to the board of commissioners for comments and.
I agree, because you got the sheriff's department, you got 911, they need somebody, yes, they have to come to this board, but they can at least advertise.
Well, there is a couple of departments that understand the sheriff's department, but now there's people that need people.
Right.
And we understand that, so that's not gonna change, you know, no matter what you do, but you gotta have people, you're weighing down on bodies anyway. But, so we do understand that for sure. But again, I'll open the floor for her discussion and whatever the board wants to do is fine.
And May Chairman,
Yes.
I'm not sure if Clerk Fetting had located the list of questions that used to be used by this board related to substantiating hiring position. I think you were all together back then, perhaps. Anyway, typically what this affects is replacement. Someone leaves, it doesn't affect, the new hires, yes, you have to come in front of the board, but in the good times, we allowed those who had to do a replacement to do, that's what you're talking about. They advertise, they would come to us with a candidate. It's the pleasure of the board if you still want to retain that or stop that in the sense that you have to justify that as well. I don't know what the fiduciary outlook looks like yet, like we just mentioned. Maybe we should wait till the end. But it's a pleasure of the board. It's staffing is always an issue, regardless whether we have replacements or new positions, and depending on the financial outlook, maybe we have a better outlook next year, maybe we don't. But I don't have a foresight to know that yet. So I defer the pleasure of the board on this, to either hold off or wait and see or make a motion.
Chairman, I agree with Commissioner Bodwell and Commissioner Lutz.
Probably I said too.
Yeah, not you. And, because I don't think we need to, since they all come to us as a board, even if there's a retirement, and that department should at least have the right to advertise as a replacement.
Well-
And then if that time comes, when they bring it to us, that the funds aren't there, then we'll have to make that discussion or decision.
And I think all the department heads do, they understand right now where we're at. So, before they're gonna make someone retired, before they're gonna go job, I'm pretty confident that they're gonna come to the board and say, hey, this is what's going on. Because that's, like I said, that's where it gets those things, just advertising for the position beforehand. So, so I concur.
All right, buddy.
But again, it's strictly up to the board and Commissioner Barrows.
Yeah, I
Your thoughts?
have a question. I think when we were talking in all of small groups about budgeting, there were some discussions about people who were losing or departments that were losing staff who were retiring, and then them not replacing that person in an effort to reduce their budget going forward. So we've already had that conversation with some people. So are we saying that, no, that doesn't apply anymore?
No. No.
Because some people are coming back.
Do we want to make a motion to make it official hire freeze? Or do we want to say, hey, guys, I think everybody understands where we're at. Let's take a look at our budget when we get all done with this year and get everybody situated and make a decision at that point. I guess that's where we're at right now.
Chairman, the only thing that I'm thinking, I'm not, the thing I'm thinking about is to take our HR director, but when let's say you have a replacement, the department goes out, advertises, does the interviews, 3, 4 people, selects one, usually to bring them to the board. This is who I want on the, if the board should decide no, is there any obligation, because this is a strange world today, that you have any obligation to that employee, bringing them that far and then just.
And again,
Is there?
no, well, you do, that's why we've always passed it, but this is why I threw out there and said, hey, they understand where we're at today. We expect them to come to us before they go through that whole process
Then that would be
on their own. But if they didn't, then yeah, you'd have to put that higher freeze in there to force them to do it. But
otherwise,
hopefully they just come say, hey, I'm losing this person. This is a position I can't afford to lose. And this is why I need this position. Can I advertise for it? You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Before we get to that point, that's all I'm saying. But again, it's up to the board if they you wanna make it official or just hold off till we get the budgets done or, and,
Chairman, oh, I'm sorry. If the job was offered to the person contingent upon a satisfactory drug test, background check, and then we denied that employment due to economic reasons, yes, there would be some liability on behalf of the county. So I would advise a department to not offer the job,
well, that's
obviously.
what, we're kind of just throwing it out there.
Right.
So, hey,
You know, I think our department heads are being very good at being aware of their budget. You know, so we could just handle this on a case by case basis. However, I do caution to offer a role without, either without the proper offer letter or perhaps don't offer the role in general until it's approved by the board. You could interview, but just don't officially offer that role until the board approves the
or we can
financial.
just end the whole conversation, Commissioner, and make a motion to hire freeze them. Then you don't have to worry about anything you just said. Anyway, just said, I'm just saying, I trust that the people understand you would do the right thing, but there's always that possibility, like you said. So, again, I'll turn it back over to the board. Then we can just move this, my first thing, just move this down the road a little bit. Let's get our budget set for this year. Let's look at everything. We can always have this discussion, you know, in the next couple of weeks or whatever.
Commissioner, I'd like to make this motion. I think we've talked about how much we're, gonna be short. And I know that the department heads are gonna be cognizant of what they need to do, but I think you need to be clear and not leave any uncertainty. I think if they come before the board and they say, hey, we need to fill this position, you've got the approval to do that, rather than to leave it vague. My personal opinion.
And Commissioner, how would you approach this for those who have villages? And I'm thinking of Brecklands and maybe others where they have a special case where they do have the funds. Would you put the same restrictions on them?
Well, I don't know. I'm gonna bow to you guys.
Hey,
You've been
you
doing
can't bow
this
to
for
once in a
years.
while, Commissioner.
What do you want to get in the past? in a
Well,
situation like
we've always thrown them together and make them come to the board, even though, we're going to approve, because they do have villages that fund that, but, and I understand, Commissioner, what you're saying about making it clear. But I also understand that we're dealing with, everybody hears those, they understand where we're at, so I'm trusting them a little bit. Not saying we don't make this motion, I'm just saying, I don't feel comfortable wanting to make it today. Without finding out where we're at, that's just my opinion, but,
Chairman, I just didn't want to impede Ryan from road patrol, that type of thing, because I know it's always been a challenge. If he has somebody that's interested,
gotta, road patrol, you got 911 is way down. There's departments that are down, that's gotta be filled. Correction, you can't run them unless you fill them, properly, so we know that. So, pleasure of the board.
I say leave it alone. Yeah.
Leave it alone right now, Commissioner, and we'll bring it up at.
I can go with that. I prefer the other, but I can.
Mr. Burwell.
I'd like to, I can defer to that as well, because I'd like to know our financial position. But I think it's worthy to consider the road patrol. I didn't want to use the word exemption, but
Right.
because it's
Right.
seems like we're always battling that area, and we just had testimony on the fact that we need road patrol. So I mean, I would vote for it, but I definitely wouldn't want it to impede correctly. Road patrol. I don't know how you would craft that, other than exempt a couple out of it or something.
Anyway, no motion. I don't know if that's the motion.
Chairman, would you like that moved to the next meeting with an updated motion or?
We're just discussing, yep, I think, Eric, I think we're still kind of.
Chairman, I don't think it's gonna change anything if we did motion. It's just as Commissioner Barrios said, it's just gonna, more clearly specify the urgency that we need to refrain from excess spending as much as we can, including the ease and, but I can also make an argument against it as well, which I just did earlier, but
Yeah, I know, you gotta
You know,
go through it that way.
yeah, I could do.
But we can,
We can postpone it.
either way is perfectly fine. Man, I think it's something we're gonna have to address sooner than later.
Yeah.
But,
We,
we're getting ready to go to closed session, so let's make it
Chair, can I say the next department head?
Sure.
I know hiring.
Amanda Urban from the Health Department. We have a thing these days called job hopping. So we have people come in, figure out a job until they find something better, then move on to a different position or a different location. I'm constantly having positions open. In this rural county, we have a very hard time finding applicants already. So I have 2 applicants already open, 2 positions, a part-time social worker and a full-time nurse. Social worker's been open for 6 months and my nurse has been open for a couple of months. If you guys implement this hire freeze, will I now have to bring those 2 positions forward? That's already set in the budget that you're going to approve. Just want clarity on that one.
yeah, you would.
You would?
So that
Well-
moving forward, I'm assuming a lot of other department heads already have positions already open or already advertising and interviewing. I just need some clarity on what you guys want moving forward from that if you do implement the freeze.
And that's, maybe I just misheard, but that's the harbinger of this, is the sense that when you're trying to replace, this impedes replacement. And that's why we got rid of it the last time, because they were waiting to get approved and they'd advertise in the lag time and we didn't meet every week and that type of thing. So I'm at the point, Chairman, that I think we should hold for the future and review it again. And if we have an infraction or something happens, right now, I can't think of any that.
Because the health department is one of them,
And I do get
groups too,
some
like,
grant funding for a
that
short
people
period
are
of time.
coming and leaving constantly. You
Yeah.
have to have the positions.
It's- It's hard in this rural community. Thank you, guys.
All right, let's, put this to a later date, okay?
Yep.
There, with that being said, I think we are, 10:00.
My understanding Jamie was going to be in person.
It's my understanding as well, I just got Shelley a message and I don't have the answer to that.
We do.
I don't know if she is at the wrong building. Oh, okay, thank you.
Can we,
Okay, thank you.
as a board, you want to take like a 10-minute break before we go into closed session?
We can go into recess for 10 minutes and then we'll have to call the board meeting back into session and do our motion to go to close.
Is that-
So we can take a
okay for the
short-
board?
Yeah, I like
A short
the
recess?
coffee pot is. Yes, that's,
Yes, okay.
So we'll recess at 10:02 and then we'll come back in a session about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Go into closed session. Thank you. We just took a short 10-minute recess and now we are back in the committee meeting. We're getting ready to go into closed session. So with that there, we'll take a vote to go into closed session.
Chair, I move that the Board of Commissioners meet in closed session of the section 8(1)(c) for strategy and negotiation session connected with the negotiation of a collective bargaining agreement. The following individuals are allowed to attend this closed session: Jamie Sidis, Brun Kendrick, Erica Dibble, Shelley Lutz, Ian Lee, Jody. Roll call vote.
This, we please add Sheriff Robinson and remove the,
And remove Ian Lake?
yeah,
Oh,
and there's no technical aspect, he said he doesn't believe he needed in there unless you feel otherwise.
I'd like to remove Ian Lee in my motion and add Sheriff Ryan Robinson.
It's been moved by Commissioner Cook, supported by Commissioner Lutz. Move that the Board of Commissioners meet in closed session under section A(1)(c) for strategy and negotiation session connected with the negotiation of collective bargaining agreement. The following individuals are allowed to attend this closed session: Jamie Sidis, Brun Kendrick, Eric Dillon, Shelley Lutz, Sheriff Ryan Robinson, and Jody Fuddy, with a roll call vote.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Bardwell,
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Lutz,
Yes.
Commissioner Cook,
Yes.
Commissioner Barrios,
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Yes.
Motion carries. We will go into closed session at 10:13.
Okay. I hope not. Okay, now we're back in the committee, the board of commission meeting. Welcome back. Just got done with, closed session. We're gonna jump back into whole business. I remember right where it should be on number 4.
Number 4.
That's what I have as well, Motorola. Yep.
Motorola renewal, Terry Tabor.
Well, Carrie. What are you?
Not Terry, damn Steve. Tell them you take any for you, Terry.
So we did some research, we talked about this last Monday. I was able to do some research. I found the copy of the service agreement. It was actually, Angie had it. So this is a 3-year agreement. This is going into the year 3. So we need to pay this. This keeps the radios that are at the dispatch councils working. So, and then I don't know what the price will be after this year. So it expires December 31st, 2026.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve per the recommendation from, do we need to change that? Clerk Petty?
Probably could put it, because you're the one doing the request, although you're doing it on behalf of Carrie, so. I would say let's update that to Steve Anderson, Emergency Manager / interim co-director.
Oh.
That's
That's a utility person.
That's the 5 slides that day.
So I'll change the name to Steve Anderson, Emergency Manager, interim co-director, interim dispatch co-director.
To approve the Motorola Solutions renewal invoice for payment of $21,653.32.
I'll support this.
No, moved by Commissioner Cook, supported by Commissioner Luke, to move to approve the recommendation from Steve Anderson, Emergency Manager and the Deputy Dispatch Director to approve the Motorola Solution renewal invoice for payment of $21,653.32. That is all, that's the motion. Any more discussion? All fair say aye.
Aye.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thanks, sir.
Sheriff's new hire request for Jeffrey Gordon. This is Robert Baxter.
Yeah,
I don't think we need.
I don't think so either, but.
We don't need him.
Bob is not online.
All right, where are we at? Ryan Robinson, Sheriff.
Sheriff's new hire request for Jessica Gordon.
Yes. So she's successfully completed the background physical fitness. She's been enrolled in the academy already. It's supposed to start in January. She'd be starting at the step 1 pay rate. And we have applied for the academy reimbursement grant to offset those costs as well.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Jessica Gordon to fill the vacancy full-time road patrol deputy position. Jessica successfully completed a required background check, drug screening, psychological evaluation, and physical examination. Jessica is scheduled to begin training at Delta College Police Academy on January 12th, 2026. The rate of pay will be at step 1 at $26.04 per hour. Additionally, a grant application was submitted on her behalf through the Public Safety Academy Assistant Program to help offset the cost of the academy.
Support that.
So moved by Commissioner Luke, supported by Commissioner Cook. Move to approve Jessica Gordon to fill a vacant full-time road patrol deputy position. Jessica has successfully completed the required background check, drug screening, psychological evaluation, and physical examination. Jessica is scheduled to begin training at Delta College Police Academy on January 12th, 2026. Her rate of pay will be at step 1, $26.04 per hour. Additionally, The grant application was submitted on her behalf to the Public Safety Academy Assistant Program to help offset the cost of this academy. That's the motion. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is approved.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff.
Okay, move on to number 6. Review of cost allocation plan cap for 2025 with the analyst Eric DeDivico, Detroit Administrator.
Good morning. I have updated the cost allocation plan. That is, one of the handouts I presented to you this morning.
That one there?
The one that's horizontal, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
So we were reviewing the past practice as well as the cap that was previously in place. And it has been past practice that when you see the cost allocation plan, it's already old. So we're receiving it in 25 for 24, and it's impacting 26 budget. The revenue that we were applying the 2.5% of was 25 revenue. From an accounting standpoint, I feel that that is confusing. So I'm recommending we're using the revenue in the same year that the costs were incurred. So in 24, we received X revenue, we spent Y, and we're requesting reimbursement back to the general fund for those expenses on a percentage basis of what we actually received in 24. Now, I did provide you with a comparison, so that means in 26, if you switch to the method I'm proposing, that is a loss to the general fund, a small amount, because in 24, we received less revenue than in 25. However, next year, when we're doing 27 budget, we'll be looking at the 25 actual revenue and the 25 actual expenses. So,
26, 27. budget.
well, no, next year we'll be looking at 25 to go forward to 27. So part of the problem is the length of time it takes to do the look back. So with MGT, again, we receive in fall prior year's cost allocation plan because they can't complete it till our audit's complete. Our audit's completed in June. Then they begin their cost allocation plan to say what of those expenses that are now audited and verified, what percentage of those were for the extra funds, right? So the cost allocation plan shows you what expenses were incurred of centralized services. So purchasing, IT, maintenance, accounting, the treasurer's office, all those are in that cost allocation plan. So the cost allocation is true expenses. And then the board has previously determined, obviously, to cap those, which is reasonable. So I'm proposing the motion to convert the method to now use the same year's revenue as the expenses that we're looking at. So you're comparing revenues and expenses in the same year. And I'm also saying I agree with the cap, but let's say the lesser of, because for example, one of the road, I would have to look if it was road or bridges, we have not collected in the past. Voted bridge. We have not collected anything back to the general fund because the cost allocation plan shows that there's zero expenses to us. So if I write a motion that says we're going to allocate 2.5% of revenue, but we didn't do any work, we had no expenses, to me, that's not ethical. And I believe it's also not legal. So I would like to have the motion say 2.5% of the revenue or the amount by the cost allocation plan, whichever is less.
Everybody gets that. Everybody says what Eric just explained.
I'm sorry, I know it's a lot.
No,
I'm just asking for clarification so that way our office moving forward can note we are looking at the same year revenue and expenses. That's really the biggest issue. knowing that it is gonna take a hit, the general fund recouping in 26, because if we went on 25 revenue, we're gonna make a little bit more back to the general fund.
No, then are we all set then right now for exactly what we're charging everybody for cost allocation plan?
Well, that's,
Know that, right?
well, I am looking for direction. I'm requesting on the first page, which is the millage and the capped fund, which is dispatch, that we set it at 2.5% or the cost allocation, whichever is less. And then on the non-millage, so the front of the court, the health department, and the principal exemption, I'm looking to guidance. If we go by what the cost allocation plan states, it's higher. But in our last meeting on December 8th, you discussed reducing the front of the court to what their cost allocation from the prior year, which is 163,000. So, however, I don't know as if we can really set a cap for those funds. So I'm saying in my document here, I'm just saying we need to review it annually to determine what should the cap be for that year.
So you had mentioned earlier the 296 fund, that we've never taken any money for overhead. I don't know what you want to call it, whatever.
Yes,
Why is that still zero on the first page?
because I'm proposing that we don't take any.
Don't,
We haven't in the past, and the cost allocation shows we had zero. They have zero cost allocation on the cost allocation plan. So I left it on there, but with a showing of $0 proposed.
All we do with that is,
I'm not saying to do it. I'm
No,
just trying to figure,
right.
because of what you
as
said.
long as we do that, it comes to our fund. They come to us, say, hey, we need to draw from that. We got a bridge we're gonna do. And we move the fund over to them.
I left it on there, Commissioner, because it says all millages.
Okay.
So when I started doing it, they were not on there. Well, wait, we're missing a millage. So to me, I need to show it on there to show I checked it. We verified it. There were no allocation on the cost allocation plan. That is why we're charging them $0. Because there was no expenses on our behalf. Again, the cost allocation is to recoup some of the funds that the general fund has spent for shared services. So that was all.
On the third page where you list the millages, dispatch fund with threshold total, just for, this might be nitpicky, but, under quoted senior meals, that should actually be a 0 in there, shouldn't it?
That is correct.
Yeah.
And that is because if we're using
Yeah, I saw that.
2024,
Right.
there was no millage revenue and therefore also no expenses in the fiscal year 2024. So yes, you're right.
I just wanted a clarification. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman.
Which line are you putting to 0? I'm sorry.
The 299 on the very last page.
Oh, okay,
quoted
it's just
senior
blank.
meals, it should have a 0 in there, like where the voted bridge is.
Thank you.
Right, because one of them has it till 20. So,
Yeah.
okay.
I know it's potato, but when you look at it,
But in 26, you will have something, right?
Correct. But the 2026 cost allocation plan will not take effect
So
until
27
2028.
or 28.
Okay.
So this year in 25 were received, 24 to apply to a budget of 26.
Got it.
So it's a 2-year
That's very confusing.
timeline.
Yeah.
It is very confusing. Now you know why I said I wanted to take time to digest that as well as to, that's why I put all the millages on here. Even the ones that have 0.
Okay.
Now, if you prefer to do the past practice, then I will have to adjust and bring it back to you.
So we do the motion. This one is,
I did separate.
Motion number
clarity.
1 is to, change practice? Is that motion number one? Is that?
It's saying that we're using 2024 millage revenue, yes. They're both, one is for millage revenue and one is on surcharge revenue. So the first motion is for millages to change the practice, leaving the cap, but change the practice. Motion 2 is for dispatch to leave the cap and change the practice.
We need both motions. It's
We
not
do.
either one.
Correct.
Mr. Barrow, you have any questions before we?
Well, I'm giving a thorough review. It's interesting from how we've done it in the past and how we had this lag. So it's the 350,099, is that the indirect capture?
Yes.
And if we didn't use your proposed methodology, what would it be? 185,006 or
It would be,
two?
roughly $7,000 more. There's a difference.
Oh, 7,000.
There's a difference of $1,698.50.
Okay,
Not a, yeah, not a big difference.
no. So what you're proposing is making it more relevant to the captured cost because we were lagging, what, 2 years?
Yes. So the cost allocation plan always comes at the end of the year,
Right.
post, right, after budget. So, but in the past practice, they've used the current year, so 25 revenue, to calculate out what the cap would be. I'm proposing that we use the revenue in the same year that the expenses were incurred,
Just more accurate.
more accurate information.
Yeah.
If there is a year that the revenue dips, logic would say those expenses should also dip in that same year. So it's a more accurate process, in my opinion.
And the lag may not capture that. I mean, if there's a drop in revenue, you can still have it because it's a year ago or 2 years ago. Okay.
And the previous motion was not, it said based on revenue, but it did not say what year's revenue. So I would propose that this year we have this motion, and then next year, when the cost allocation plan is presented, we give you a similar motion that explains to you that what year of expenses we're looking at and what year revenue we're looking at. So I'm trying to set the breadcrumbs for future.
This is one more question, Chairman. So compared to last year, this year is going to be 350. Did you have last year?
I do.
Was it?
So last year, that is the second column in from the right. The actual transfer, well, just for the millages was 158,000. So even the 163 is an increase. I did not calculate out the friend of the court actual from 25, I apologize.
So it'd be less
It was,
last year?
it was less last
Yeah, I
year.
was just thinking it was less than 350, but okay.
If you'd like me to find that, I can.
Seems reasonable. Are you ready?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the December 31st, 2024 cost allocation plan, CAP, presented by MGT on November 24th, 2025. Also approve collection of 2024 indirect costs for voted millages in the fiscal year 2026. Total indirect costs will be set at the lesser of 2.5% of the 2024 millage rate or
Revenue.
the millage revenue, sorry, or the proposed calculated cost in the cost allocation plan.
I'll support that. Bill moved by Commissioner Cook, support by Commissioner Lewis, to move to approve the December 31st, 2024 cost allocation plan presented by MGT on November 24th, 2025. Also approve collection of 2024 indirect costs for voter millages in the fiscal year twenty twenty-six. Total indirect costs will be set as the lesser of 2.5% of twenty twenty-four millage revenue or the proposed calculated cost in the cost allocation plan. That is a motion. Any more discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion has passed.
Chair, I move to approve the December 31st, 2024 cost allocation plan, CAP, presented by the MGT on November 24th, 2025. Also approve collection of 2024 indirect costs for 911 dispatch in the fiscal year 2026. Total indirect cost will be set at the lesser of 2.5% of 2024 surcharge revenue or the proposed calculated cost in the cost allocation plan.
I'll support that.
So moved by Commissioner Cook, supported by Commissioner Lutz. The move to approve the December 31st, 2024 cost allocation plan, CAP, presented by MGT on November 24th, 2025. Also approve collection of 2024 indirect costs for 911 dispatch in the fiscal year 2026. Total direct cost to be set the lesser of 2.5% of the 2024 surcharge revenue, proposed calculated cost, and the cost allocation plan. That is a motion. Is there any more discussion on that motion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And that motion has passed. Okay. That was number 7, right?
That was it.
No, 6.
Seven. Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Did we just do 6 and 7?
Yeah, we're on number 7, didn't we?
There was 2 motions for number 6.
Yeah, I'll get them.
So we'll move on to number 7 now. Discussion and review of all county millage rates, determine if rate amount is still valid. Is that where we're at there, Erica?
Yes. That was I presented that previously as well as in your board packet. And I did not propose any motions as it was just information for you at this point until after the budget reviewed.
That's the discussion we've had, but I don't think this time we want to even talk about changing our millage rates is lower, just, we're not, we're not listening to even entertain that at a great level without, we get through all the. My feelings. But
Agree.
anything else?
Nope, I also provided you the most recent estimated revenue provided by Angie Daniels, our equalization director. That's also in your packet for your review.
Okay. Now, on number 8. So we're at now? There you go.
Yeah.
Review 26 budget, academic control administrator.
Yes, so commissioners, I presented you with 3 different scenarios. And of course, all of them are subject to your update. We can use one as a base and change what you prefer. The first item, scenario 1, it has the least impact to the use of fund balance in the general fund. Use of fund balance would be $88,235 budgeted use of fund balance. Also, it's important to note that there's some changes noted on that last page for you, the highlighted key points of ways that we've been able to reduce that. Things such as redistribution of emergency management services to split with the road patrol, redistribution of the clerks, a couple of the clerk employee staff to split with the concealed fund 263. The drain commissioner made some reductions, redistribution of Director Miller's wages to change the split from 60-40 general fund to recycling to 50-50. And these have been discussed with the department heads. They believe that this is an accurate depiction of their time. For example, Steve Anderson believes he can pass an audit saying that 50% of his time is spent on road patrol duties, responding to accidents, active shooter trainings.
Okay.
Those things are allowable in the road patrol millage. Also reducing the allocation to animal control by $40,000. I worked with Director Ray, and we reduced expenses as well as increased revenue based on past practice or the history, as well as some initiatives that they're taking for 2026. So those are outlined there for you. We're also reducing the allocation to the 483 fund, as well as reducing some of the usage of the 483 fund. Reducing the allocation to the equipment fund, but only by 10,000, so that we could still fulfill the request by Chief Information Officer Ian. So that is proposal number 1. And on the third page, you can see the list of mandated, non-mandated.
You know, we're not gonna pull from the free EDC, right?
Well, again,
I know.
that's not my decision to make. It was one option. So option 1 is 0% to EDC, also a reduction to what the health department is requesting, including the things that are across the board. So these changes in distribution of wages, reduction to animal control, those remain constant over all 3 scenarios.
Okay.
The health department is held or
The health department had, the funding level changes in all 3.
that's what I
As
thought.
well as the funding to EDC changes in all 3.
Gotcha.
So the health department requested $459,078. That was their initial request. When I was talking with them about how can we reduce, they said that they could take less, but not less than 430. So scenario 1 is giving or distributing 430,000 to the health department. Scenario 2 includes all those department discussions, with the exception of it's 50% funding to EDC. So EDC funding at 60,000 and a allocation to the health department of 445,000. So that would be use of fund balance of 163,235. Now, we will continue to work with departments to reduce costs, but we did not get to every single department.
Yes.
So from scenario 1 to scenario 2, you changed the EDC from 0 to 60. Why did you change the health department?
Because they requested 459,000. And so it was a midway, right? So I used 2 scenarios. Their initial request, which was 459,000, that's on scenario 3. And their bottom dollar is scenario 1.
So
Midpoint was scenario 2.
in your first scenario, that's meeting the budgets that you received and all that stuff, right? And the use of fund balance of how much?
88,000.
So 8236. So that's all of the fund balance you have to use. And then the fund balance, we got what? 3 million, 4 million in there too.
Less than that.
2.7?
Yes, it's on there.
Once you hold on to 17%.
The unassigned on scenario, yes, 2.8.
2.8,
Yes.
okay. That's with our 17% held back, right? That's
Yes.
yeah, okay. And scenario number 2, it was used fund balance of how much? Yeah.
163,236.
Hopefully. That's okay. They come down.
88,236. Second one was 163,237. Okay, so we're still on scenario number 2.
Yes.
And I just posed this question because I wish the director of the health department were here still.
She is online, I believe. She said she would be available online.
Okay.
I'm here.
Ian?
Yeah.
She is a.
Yes, she is.
So if we look at scenario 1 versus scenario 2, it's a difference from 430 to
445.
445, so $15,000. I'm not questioning, and I'm just one commissioner. I'm not questioning that you need the extra 15,000. But we looked at scenario one versus scenario two, and the only difference, if you take the health department out of there, is the EDC money. So I'm asking, I mean, yes, it'd be nice if you got the 459, but tell me if you could, why at 430, what would happen?
Commissioner, this is Amanda Arman from the Health Department. My bottom line number was 430. So I am willing to go down to 431 in scenario two.
I just heard every other word, sorry.
She's fine at 430.
She said that her bottom dollar is 430.
Okay.
I think that you're asking the question is, what's the, other than the monetary, what's the difference between 459 and
No, I'm just
430?
asking monetary.
Okay,
And I'm not saying that she couldn't use the 459, but what I'm trying to get at is we're playing around with the EDC money, but you also put different scenarios for the health department, which is fine.
right.
But if she can get by with the 430, there's another 30,000 we don't have to take out of her general fund.
Correct.
But I wanted to make sure she was, I mean, I don't know if I want to use the word comfortable, but thank you.
No problem, Matt.
Thank you, Erica.
Yep. So again, this was just a scenario. The 445 was just a midway. If we're going from her minimum to her total request, I split the difference. So the
No, that's fine.
445 was just
Totally
an
understood.
option, a midway. And then scenario 3, again, has all the same cuts, or I should say, redistribution as before, with the exception again of the health department. So scenario 3 is funding them at the full 459 and funding EDC at the full 120.
And what would come out of on that one?
237,314.
What is it?
237,314.
That's right,
Right there.
right there.
Oh.
I know no problem.
Then if we take the health department back down to the 430, that saves us another.
$29,078.
Mr. Goodman, I got a question while we're talking about it.
Go ahead.
I'm looking at sale 3, but all 3 of them, remonumentation was 0 for 26, right? Which is Ken Dutton, who's not here.
Can you repeat the question?
Remonumentation, the very last, not legally mandated, partially grant funded. On all 3 scenarios is 0 for 26. Is that right?
Well, there's zero financial part from our perspective.
So is it grant funded?
Yes,
Okay, so that continues.
yes.
Okay.
So we have it forecasted per the budget we received, that was approved by the state, 69,529 in and out.
Okay. That's-
And we obviously still hold that liability if we pay the expenses and then something changes at the state level and we don't recoup the grant. There is quite the delay with that particular grant, but
I recall that.
yes.
It's probably the best kept secret. It's pretty silent what he does, but until he comes in and tells us what he does. On the courtroom security, that's sufficient with judicial. Looks like it's the same all the way across. Courtroom security, courthouse security, looks like the same on all 3 scenarios.
I noted the changes, on the right there.
Right.
The other thing that you'll notice from this presentation to the last one is per emergency manager, Steve Anderson's discussion either the last meeting or the meeting before that, that there is some statutory responsibilities for emergency services. So I did remove them from the non-mandated list because I believe based on that, it is mandated and we're obligated.
Yeah, we don't have this position, it falls back.
So, board chair?
So,
You swearing in here, young man.
so I did remove them from the list of non-mandated. However, we are reducing some of the hit to the general fund because, the sheriff has agreed that we can, him and emergency services manager Steve has agreed that we can bill some of his time to the road patrol. But again, not all of it.
But Jim, I want to circle around one more time to courthouse security. Ryan, Sheriff is sitting here. The reason I was asking if it was sufficiently for the courts to have that funded, because if it's not, Ryan gets tagged, as I recall, to fill in the gap. So,
I think we need it to stay the way that it is, so that it's not somehow just placed on me and have people fill in when we may or may not know when that's happening. And we've had a lot of additional, I don't want to say threats, but fears out of the courthouse quite quickly. So I don't want to see anything happen.
it's funded all the way through.
So you're fine with, do you have all these two or no?
No,
What's he need it for?
No, I was just gonna do the figures. See if it was- You're saying present, you're fine with how the arrangement is,
This is
this courtroom security.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
and that's the biggest thing with me. Hey, if it's needed, right, to me it's needed. If it was not needed. Look at, you know what I'm saying? But you're saying that there's been uptick in caution.
It's
Okay.
absolutely.
If that's what it
Well,
needs,
yeah, you can ask.
Oh,
Yeah.
if that's what it needs, then I think you don't, no more items.
Chairman,
Just switch this here.
I don't want to be the bad guy here, but, okay, I don't go along with proposal one for reducing the EDC to nothing.
All right, so that will wait.
But I'm just saying, we're asking our departments to take a reduction. And then number three, they're gonna be 100% requested. I just wanted to have.
What?
Number three,
In the third scenario, it's 120,000.
It's 100% requested. I just wanted to have that conversation to see if everybody else was,
What, EDC you mean?
yes.
Chairman,
I feel EDC needs another 20,000. That's just my personal opinion.
Can I give you my opinion, piggybacking on him?
Just in 1 second. Yes, sir, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I feel that they need the 120. Until they prove me wrong that it's not going to a good cause and they're not bringing more than 120 back into the county, which I believe they are. Then that's what I feel. 'Cause yeah, a lot of stuff going, just these grants alone that they've got out there that are administrative. It's helping the community tenfold. And that's my personal opinion. So go ahead.
Okay, if the other commissioners could pull this presentation that Jim gave to us earlier with the budget and the expenses. And I kind of piggyback on Commissioner Luke. I'm not saying, I mean, I think we all agree to cut it all total is not right. Or even half. But again, I asked Jim and not that I didn't get an answer, but it's like a 90% increase in their expenses. And I understand they didn't have a director, so even take the wages increase out, that's still, to me, when we're asking every other department to cut, that's huge. And that's my opinion.
And her budget's gonna be $80,000 in 26.
I mean, if we even did 20 grand instead of 100, I mean,
If we take any money away from them, and again, up to this board, we'll change their whole structure right now. They won't have the help to do what they're doing right now. They won't be able to do the grant writing that they're doing. It will change everything that they're doing at this moment. Now, again, I see the value coming back into the county. I don't look at it as $120,000 expense. I see the value coming back into the county with tax revenue and add-ons. Just in the last month, they put a big addition over in Cass City that's going to pay big dividends. We put a big addition over in Millington to pay big dividends.
Okay,
It's actually, you know what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. Let's look at this page one and explain this to me. Total of 2025 expenses were 75,500. They're proposing 142,800, and they brought all that in 25.
Well, no,
Answer that question.
Yeah, but 25, they didn't have anybody in place. The 25, that was,
But they brought the money in. That's my point. I'm not saying to cut it totally. I just can't see that big of a jump again when we're asking every other department head.
when you got a wage,
Chairman, I'm
the
gonna.
wage director is at $80,000 a year.
yes.
Well, I don't even care about that. Just
Bring it down to 1%.
I was just, I know that, the chair and I have lived this. Trevor was, when you look at the wages, Trevor was making that, 26 wage, as I recall. But, it's not captured here. It was just 44. I'm not sure how that was accounted for, but, and how long he's been gone, but set vacant with nobody. I think basically Jim and Jim at that time. And the staff at the 32, it must be Jim McCloskey and one
He
other.
said he was gonna bring another part-time on.
Yeah, another person.
And Commissioner Bradwell, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I am.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm
I'm not,
Go ahead.
I'm not,
You may.
I'm not against the first two. I totally understand that, but I would like, I guess, some clarification. Last year, there was no professional amount and it's 8,000. Operations was 3,000. Now it's 9,500. Travel employee reimbursement was 1,500 and they want 6,800. That's some, I mean, if they can justify it, that's fine. I just have a question on it.
And I think you have a valid questions because it was, I don't know how to describe previously compared to today. I would like to give it some, it's been 6 months, I think, Alicia's been on. I'm not sure on the professional, I know that, Ron, or the, not Ron Kendrick, but,
You know what I mean?
Kentucky Bernhardt they were their accountants. I'm not sure if that's what that is now.
The professional?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know how that was. They had so many accounts all mixed up. I mean, Chairman, you probably know more than I do about that it took a Herculean effort to sort it all out. But I understand what you're saying. On paper, it really looks interesting. My hope is that as they move, and I don't know what this would reduce expense in the future, not now, that they move into grant administration, being qualified for that, which they weren't before because they were so distracted. And Samantha over at Huron State is getting that. She's the administrator for the grants. Hopefully that's will start filling in because looking at the number of grants they have, I probably more grants than, I don't know, Chairman than Steve had. Right. Gee, all the time he was there. So I understand what you're saying. I just, without Jim here, it's very hard to explain how they sorted this out of the past accountants, all the issues they had. I do know the Trevor part. I do know that I didn't correct, Chairman, that 80 was paid to Trevor as well. I don't know where the 44 came from. Maybe that was, I don't know.
That was total of 25,
Yeah.
2025 through December. And again, I don't have a problem with the EDC whatsoever.
I understand that.
My only issue is when you look at the expenses versus what it was in 25, and again, sounds like I'm beating a dead horse, but when we're asking every other department, that's the problem.
So would you consider this? I don't know, don't we pay the 120 all at once or is it quarterly? It's
quarterly.
In 25, it was all at one time.
They wants to ask for it that way because it's always been,
Yes.
quarterly.
So to extend that, Chairman and Commissioner Cook, let's do quarterly. You can always make it a budget amendment. But I think,
Can I just throw out what I'm thinking
Yeah, go ahead.
otherwise?
Go ahead.
100 grand. Cut it 20 grand.
And you're giving them a free place to stay.
And I'm not saying, I'm just throwing that out there.
well, Chairman, you'll have to explain that free place to stay in Glen Rothland.
Well, they were paying rent, correct?
Well, they still are.
After that.
If you look at the-
Okay. And again, you know, guys, yeah, this is what. I will, whatever you guys want to do, fine. I'm gonna make one scenario, I'm gonna leave it at that. EDC is the reason Poet's in town. Poet was gonna be in Saginaw County. They fought to bring him here. The bean factory in Akron Fairfield, in Akron is here because of the EDC. I mean, and I see what you're looking at it, man, and
Not
I'm
a bean
looking, I'm
counter,
looking,
20 grand, 20 grand.
I'm looking at it a different way, you know what I'm saying? I don't wanna,
No,
I don't wanna hamstring them at all. Maybe we, however you guys wanna do is fine with me, but there are a couple big things that I know that a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of, to get them to settle in fiscal accounts. Where they live very much loved in Genesee County or Saginaw County. But they're here.
So Chairman and Commissioner Cook, would it not be, what if you left it as it is? I know that'd be a harbinger for you, but, and have Jim come back in and explain further the differences between 25 and 26, especially in some of those items that,
yeah, like I said, I don't have a problem with the director and the staff. I mean, that's understandable because they didn't have a full-time director pretty much through all of 25, did they? And I understand if they need extra,
maybe partials.
staff or whatever in the support staff.
I mean, $6,800 for travel expenses. Okay, where are you gonna go, I guess? I mean, no more questions to ask. Or $6,800.
Well, and again, I told operations from 3,000 to
Where are you
9,500.
gonna go for $6,800?
I'm just asking a question.
Oh, that's fine.
And I don't think it's,
We're listening to you.
why not? I know you are, but you can't answer it.
Why can't I?
No, I mean, you can't answer why the increases.
And I think they're valuable. They very are valuable, but
Heavens, yes.
I
I'm
think
not
like what
questioning.
Commissioner Cook, you're asking everybody else to cut, but you're not willing to cut them.
Or at least get some explanation on where they come up with these. That's what I'm gonna say.
Well, that's what I just proposed, but it wasn't really acceptable. I just thought we need more information. You can always
I don't
make
have
a
a problem
budget
with that. I don't-
amendment, but it definitely needs to be quarterly. I would think, go back to what we originally.
I think
If
that
you
makes
take it
sense,
away, you
too.
can always put it back.
Right.
But, you have a valid argument, Commissioner.
Well,
How much did you say on scenario 3 that the departments had to cut? To make up? Was it, how much? Scenario 3, how much the departments had to cut across the board? How many dollars?
I don't think I calculated out.
Oh,
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't remember hearing that.
All I said was,
that was-
all my idea was to go from 120 to 100.
I see it.
That was my only dollar figure or whatever. And like I said, if Jim comes back and substantiates all of this, I don't have a problem with that.
Well, not that there's any satisfaction. Isn't Huron County still 140? Do you know?
I do not. They're 200.
Is it 200? I mean, they put a
Yeah, they're,
lot of money.
yeah, they're. they
I guess
control.
that's another question. How did they come up with the 120? Because I wasn't here then.
Well, that's a long story. It was.
All right, I don't
It
want
was,
to.
it was 50,000. They come to us and needed an extra 30,000 for 1 year. And we gave them an extra 30,000, but we never took it away from, because it was supposed to go back 50,000. That never happened. When they came in, they needed an extra 50,000 for 1 year. We give it to them. And we just didn't take that away either. Matt, so we're stuck here at 120,000.
Okay.
Now, you want to reduce them to 100,000, take away 20,000? Any travel expenses reimbursed for them, come to us and say, where we going?
Did
Where we
we,
going, guys?
did we give them any COVID money? When that come around?
You know, we give a lot of calls.
To small businesses.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Not directly to EDC though.
Well, for them to distribute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They
They have
took an admin fee off from it to use.
Yeah, that's what we did, yeah.
And I think, and my memory is probably very in error on the ARPA money or the 500,000 that we gave them. That was in between all those little increases.
Yeah.
Didn't they have around 20,000 left over or what? I don't know. We have to ask Jim that because they had to sort that out. And I thought that's what he had come back to the
Well,
board.
yeah, we did, we gave them,
And you might want to ask for EDC financial.
that's basically, they're giving us right, I guess.
I mean, what their cash on hand at the moment,
Right.
I mean,
No, I necessarily don't
which they'll get tomorrow.
think, I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Beat that one.
So Commissioner, what do you think do you want to,
I mean, we could always approve one of these budgets and revisit that, correct?
Correct, or you can
Yeah.
tell me to adjust one of these because today's not the final. Monday, the 22nd is the final. So these are your scenarios. Tell me what to change and obviously will impact the fund balance as well as the 17%.
I'm thinking you'll put the health department at what we've already gave them,
430.
430. And adopt basically everything else on budget 3 is about the same, isn't it? Except for, I mean, it has EDC up to normal.
It's 459.
Yeah, pieces adjusted.
Oh, I got that, okay.
Just the health department. Back to,
And I'm all right with that, because if Jim comes back and can, tell us where that all goes, and I'm not saying I'm the only one that needs to agree, everybody needs to agree. But
So just so I'm clear, scenario
scenario 3,
it will be 1.4, which would be 430 to the health department and 120 to EDC.
yeah. And that's in the fund balance.
It,
1,200,000. Oh, no, sorry.
Don't do that to me.
Nope.
Be scratching that.
Wrong line.
$29,078.
What'd you say, Erica?
Jim,
It is?
Got
Didn't
it.
call where?
he's on the call. Do you want to talk to him?
The board recognizes Jim McCloskey?
No,
No, it's Jim
Oh, Jim
Tussey.
Tussey.
you're right on the first one.
Oh, on here?
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't see him on there, you?
I don't-
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is Jim Tussey.
Hey, Jim.
How can
Have you
I
been
help?
listening to our conversation?
No, I was just alerted that it was up and I left the meeting to log on.
Commissioner Cook, need some clarification on a few things, Jim, before we proceed. And I'll let Commissioner Cook talk to you about them, but there's a few things you want some clarification on and what they're needed for and so on.
Jim, first of all, I don't ever want anybody to construe that I don't think the EDC is important. So I want to get that right up front. We're going over 3 different scenarios that were presented to us as commissioners. And my question, I asked you in the other meeting, but of course it was on the spot, and I apologize for that, but you gave us this, today. Can you go over the last 4 items on your budget 2026? And I guess, again, I just would like some substantiation why the increase from not last year, but through December 5th.
Sure.
I mean, I'm sorry, the last three, I apologize.
The difference primarily between last year and this year is that the EDC hired our director in July. And before that, all expenses were either volunteered or supported through Pathways. In that time, the EDC was already diminishing operational expenses to prepare for remote office work. And so the net of the EDC for 2025 was one half of a director, and that's the 80,000. And
Jim,
all other
expenses to come up with that budget, you use like the same ratio maybe or something?
Exactly. So if you had on the three lines of operations, travel, and insurance, are there questions about those?
No. All I have a question on is travel reimbursement, operations, and professional. How we went from 1,500 in travel to 6,800, 3,000 to 95, and professional 0 to 8,000. I'm not questioning this, that they're needed. I just would like some clarification on, that's quite a big jump.
Okay. The travel is one of the consequences of going to a remote office. We are now traveling and driving a lot more in the county, and we're increasing our visits. In 2024, the EDC made fewer than 5 business visits. We do that now in 2 weeks.
Okay.
So that is the travel. The operations increase is because we plan to engage 2 grant seminars, which will be about $4,000 in total. Besides the new computer equipment for our grant administrator. And the professional is Anderson Tucky as they manage, and that will be ramped down by 2027.
Thanks, Jim, for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Any more questions for Jim Chesky while he's on the phone right now? Any questions for Jim? Thanks, Jim.
Very good. Thank you.
Oh, I see. Okay. So Yeah, like, scenario number 3, you can always come back and visit, come back and visit either. You know what I'm saying, but just. Oh,
Chairman. Alicia, do you have anything to add? I mean, we don't want to protect here.
Alicia. I'm sorry.
Jim covered everything pretty well. I've been pretty active throughout the community. I was just busy and loud and steel, so that's why I stepped out. I had a meeting my schedule prior to this. So we put together that list. I put everything together, as far as the grant administration, which is a big task. For the whole EDC. There's several grants. That's $2 million that we're bringing to the county. So if there's questions,
No, that cleared it up. I just didn't want to
Yep.
ignore you. Thank you very much.
Chairman, can we do like Commissioner Bardwell said, do them in quarterly instead of just all at once, or how's that?
That's the way we've always done it. Why it was done last year all at once, I have no idea. 'Cause I know Steve would always send over a quarter to town, you know what I'm saying?
Do you know Commissioner Bardwell? Why they did it all?
No, I do not. I thought it was quarterly, and as Jim was just saying, Steve used to, I don't know, well, there was absence there. I don't know what Trevor did.
Yeah.
It's probably Trevor who requested it, but.
I believe it was the transition. I think it was after he left. And so I think that there was a
I think they
gap.
wanted to get everything together at one time
Yes.
before they could.
And so I don't think they made maybe the first 1 or 2 requests of the year. And so I believe it was mid-year, they just requested all of it. That's my understanding.
I think you're probably right there.
There's 2-7.
You were on the scenarios.
I created a motion. I do not know if it's necessary, but there is a potential motion there for you. But again, you made some changes. So I was not sure if you needed a motion at this level, since the budget hearing is really not till next week. If you needed anything to give me authority to move forward
I
on.
don't think so, because we did make some changes.
Say no.
to it.
Okay.
Because we changed the health department.
Yeah.
I would just leave caution because you don't want to have a motion that leads that you have adopted the budget
Right.
today, because
Right.
Right.
we can't adopt the
changing
budget
it.
till after the
After the
public
hearing.
hearing.
Right.
So I think today is fine for discussion and some potential direction for what's going to be proposed, because you have to have something to provide to the public should you be asked. So I think, if you have your direction regarding that, I would just caution the wording of a motion so it doesn't lead that you've adopted it.
So don't do numbers.
And I don't know if one is necessary, so I'm fine without one based on the direction you provided me today.
All right. So you have the
And-
direction.
Can I clarify that direction? So the last scenario that will be presented will be EDC at the 120,000 and Health Department at the reduced 430.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And that's what will be presented at Monday and to be presented to the public.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay.
If
Thank
I
you.
happen to find any more ways to save working with departments, I will update those as well.
Okay.
Or we can also address the quarterly payments versus annual. Is that just an internal thing? We don't need,
Yeah.
I believe that's internal, yes.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we don't do it before that one. Okay. We able to move on.
Sure.
Correspondence and resolutions. Do we have any correspondence and resolutions? How about Commissioner liaison reports? And Matt, you got anything?
No,
Commissioner? I'm sorry.
I'm good.
Commissioner Barrios.
Well, we've got a very active discussion about the road commission, so I'll read that. Great Start Collaborative, we've been working and promoting all of the people to recent background, and that's getting back to active. Human Resources Collaborative, I have a meeting for their department. I have no MAP meeting scheduled for December because of other commitments that a number of people have. But I would encourage you, there is a webinar on a program for reimbursement of, um, educational expenses. I think I might have sent that out. I don't know if you guys all get that. You get that, Matt?
Yeah.
Thing? Okay, all right. So I'm just sending out stuff that you've already.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Saginaw Bay Coastal Initiative, that meeting is, scheduled for January. There is no December meeting. Local government, I am attending the Wisner Township, board meeting tonight. I've attended Elkhorn Township last week. They're actively working with their ambulance, group in the, several township, area to revive that. I've also attended the Akron, Wisner, and Columbia Township ambulance, base meeting. I did that last week. And Parks and Rec, we are waiting for our information from Spicer Group on the parcels property. One of the things that we've talked about in our group, we'll probably be talking about it again, is coming to the board on options to name the parcels, because that's really not a good name for a piece of park property. So we'll be talking more about making recommendations for that. We're working on the grants. We've marked out spots for the cement. Oh, I'm trying to think what you call them. Cornhole units at the park. They were marked out with the snow. People can't get out there. I don't know if they're going to be able to get out there now, or you'll have to wait till spring for that. And the other grant that we received for the historical marker is complete. I think we're waiting for the last final thing to go through. The graphics is all done. Everything's ready. Ready for the cement pad to be poured. That's basically it.
Thank you. Very well.
And very quickly, behavioral health meets Thursday, Carroll DDA meets tomorrow noon, and EBC tomorrow at 3:30, and that concludes my report.
Thank you. I have enough reports at this moment. How about Mr. Lutz?
I don't have anything.
Thank you. Any other business necessary to come from the board? Any extended public comments? Time with their virtual land, how many people got left there? So I want to address the board this one. Let the record show that's what we did. That's for extended public comment. With that, we'll take a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I'll make that motion.
We'll move by Commissioner Cook, supported by Commissioner Barrios to adjourn the meeting this morning. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Come with me. I want to open up statutory finance this meeting. Will that be, thank you, make a roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Commissioner Barrios? Commissioner Barbell?
Here.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Here.
Commissioner Lutz?
Here.
Commissioner Cook?
Here.
You have a quorum, you may proceed.
Thank you. Action on the previous minutes.
Chair, I make a motion, we accept the previous meeting minutes, November 24th, 2025.
What? The move by Commissioner Cook, support by Commissioner Firewell to adopt statutory finance from 2024 to 2025 meeting minutes. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Yeah, I'm on the gallon somewhere. We're not there. Motion to pass. In new business. Report of finance tax checks.
I make a motion, we review and approval of finance report and checks 12/15/25 finance docket.
Support.
It's been moved by Commissioner Cook, supported by Commissioner Barrios to review and approve of the finance report and checks on 12/15/25 finance docket. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion's been approved. Approval of the daily report and checks.
Chair, I make a motion, we review and approval of the daily report and checks 12/15/25 daily docket.
Support.
Sleeping down there or
Yes,
what?
I'm sleeping. I'm just gonna keep still down here. You guys can have at it.
Any more discussion? Anything you want to add to it, Bill?
Nope, I'm good.
Hey.
I want to adjourn this thing.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is passed. Number three, we don't have any per diems, it looks like. Nothing on their old business, but if we've got some. Public comment for the statutory finance part of the meal, that meeting. Anybody have anything they want to add for the comment, statutory finance? Let the record show please that public comment was offered and we had no participants to this. With that, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I have just one request. Erica, can you email that scenario 4 with that change for our next meeting? Thank you.
With that, take motion to,
Oh, I make a motion with James. No, we already had that, didn't
no.
we? Sorry.
Oh
my gosh.
Woke up. Adjourn the statutory finance meeting this morning. Any more discussion? You're not? You said. Oh. No. Right.
That's a record.
Did you get this one too, Matt? Did you sign this one?